never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy announcing an impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden will commence. It comes as Congress returns for key budget talks to avert a government shutdown. Hardline Republican members of the House Freedom Caucus threatening Speaker McCarthy with removal if certain conditions aren't met.
I rise today to serve notice. Mr. Speaker, you are out of compliance with the agreement that allowed you to assume this role.
Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz says the MAGA wing wants more investigations of the Biden family's business dealings, as well as deep federal government spending cuts, a full release of the January 6th tapes, and other concessions. Senate Majority Leader and Democrat Chuck Schumer is calling the Republicans' planned impeachment inquiry a witch hunt.
The American people want us to do something that will make their lives better, not go off on these chases and witch hunts.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is now in Russia for a meeting with President Vladimir Putin, but now the question remains, where and when? Media reporters in the West are guessing at a possible meeting during an economic summit in Vladivostok, but there are now reports about a possible gathering at a Russian spaceport located not far away. It's feared the North Koreans may trade weapons for Russia's war in Ukraine to gain key military technology and intelligence from the Russians. Back in the U.S., it's confirmed NFL superstar quarterback Aaron Rodgers suffered a torn Achilles tendon and will likely sit out the rest of the season with the New York Jets.
Now Rodgers sits down.
Rodgers had taken only 4 snaps on Monday Night Football against the Buffalo Bills before the injury occurred. This is USA News.
I was crossing the street when I met the love of my life. I chased after her. Nothing would stand in my way. Not the dog walker, nor the hot dog vendor. Finally reaching her, I asked, "What do you call that amazing smell?"
It's Gain Flings.
Gain Flings. My love had a name, but more importantly, it had a scent.
Fall in love with Gain Flings. Seriously good scent. Gain Flings with 50% more freshness ingredients versus leading bargain detergent.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM.
House Freedom Caucus Chair Republican Scott Perry says he doesn't understand why people are asking where the evidence of high crimes and misdemeanors might be in relation to President Biden.
It's not normal for family members to receive millions of dollars from overseas interests. Those things aren't normal. That's not normal to have 20 shell companies. These things are not normal, and it alludes to not only just widespread corruption, but money laundering.
Critics of a Republican inquiry point to a lack of any damning evidence that points directly at the president or his son Hunter. The largest U.S. antitrust trial in a quarter century is getting underway this week, with DOJ prosecutors battling to prove that Google has been unfairly dominating the internet search engine market. Over the next 10 weeks, the Justice Department and several state attorneys general hope to show how Google may have cheated to lock in its search engine across a wide range of places and devices. Attorneys for Google's parent company, Alphabet, say the tech giant was just better at the search engine business and that there was plenty of competition at one time with MSN, Yahoo, and others. 5 former Memphis police officers are now facing charges of federal civil rights violations in connection with the beating death of Tyree Nichols. A 4-count indictment charges each of the former policemen with abusing the authority behind the badge, using excessive force, and obstructing justice. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
That time again. Let's get the party started. Here we go. So indeed, it looks like we're already looking at midweek, right? Hump day coming on here. We'll take it. Little on the humid side outside the Hot Shot Secret bunker here as we get things underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live, of course, from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Had some much-needed rain pushed through early in the day. At this point in time, that rain is now pushing up toward the eastern seaboard. I would wager, I guess, horse feathers maybe rolling in some rain tonight. Get some heavy rains there in parts of Maryland. Going to be pushing into Delaware, Philadelphia, Philly Dan. You're going to see some of that rain pushing through here during the overnight hours. That's probably the top industry headline, aside from the latest on Hurricane Lee. Not much has changed over the past 24 hours with Lee. But, of course, we'll break it down for you coming up here. But the summer of 23 may not be remembered for the heat in the Northeast, but it may very well be remembered for the amount of rain. Flooding concerns, and that continues to be in the mix as we roll into Wednesday. Since the 1st of June, much of New England has picked up 1.5 to 2 times the historical average rain. I mean, some areas have topped out with 2 feet of rainfall. Latest bout of downpours Monday brought some localized flash flooding from New Jersey to New Hampshire. In Fitchburg, Massachusetts, close to 5 inches of rain fell in as many hours through the late afternoon and early evening hours. So portions of central Massachusetts not only had major flooding, but vehicles submerged, residents in some cases trapped, actually had some sinkholes developing as well. Officials declared a state of emergency in Lowminster, Mass., northwest of Boston, which was also hard hit and remained in danger this past day due to a vulnerable dam there, apparently. New York City's Central Park picked up just shy of an inch of rain between 6 and 7 p.m. on Monday. We saw some flooding in some of the city streets during the evening rush hour. Just this past weekend, 4 inches of rain came down in several hours, resulting in flash flooding Dalles, Clark Summit, Scranton, PA. One fatality, one person drowned as she exited her vehicle in the high rushing water in Lackawanna County, Pennsylvania. So after a relatively quiet day, as far as downpours Tuesday along the 95 corridor, well, an approaching cool front, preceded by a surge of moisture, will bring more storms into the area for the upcoming day. This front's going to trigger some drenching downpours, locally gusty thunderstorms, stretching from eastern Ohio through Pennsylvania tonight. More of it's headed over toward Pennsylvania, New York, seeing a lot of rain. Storms could lead to some travel delays. Pittsburgh, Buffalo. For the upcoming day here, for Wednesday, the first storms are going to erupt in the morning in parts of central and eastern Pennsylvania, as well as central New York. These are likely to be subversive in the sense of strong wind gusts, but they can bring some heavy downpours, which could trigger some localized flash flooding. Now, the heating of the day will cause those columns of rising air, the towering clouds, to evolve into torrential downpours and severe thunderstorms from the mid-Atlantic to central and southern New England by Wednesday afternoon and Wednesday evening. Be prepared for travel delays from Philadelphia to New York City to Boston. We could see some airline ground stops possible as these downpours move into the airspace of those major hubs. Main threat for a Wednesday afternoon and evening in the Northeast is going to be flash flooding. 1 to 3 inches of rain may come down in as many hours. That'd be more than enough to overwhelm the storm drains and collect in low spots along the roads and highways. Rapid flooding of small streams is also possible due to the fact the ground is already saturated there. Now, along with the likelihood of flash flooding, there's the potential for storms to pack some high winds and hail, and even they cannot rule out a few tornadoes. Greatest risk for a couple of tornadoes will extend from near the Hudson Valley of upstate New York through Connecticut, western and central Massachusetts later Wednesday afternoon into the early evening hours. In the wake of this front, then, get ready for a sweep of much cooler, less humid air expanding eastward from the Midwest on Thursday and Friday. The air coming in may not be the coolest or driest in recent weeks, but it will bring an opportunity for folks to turn off the AC maybe, open up those windows, let a little fresh air in. Some of those overnight lows are going to be in the 40s and 50s over the Appalachians, mid-50s, lower 60s along much of the I-95 corridor for late this week. All right, so let's see here. We've got Deborah was chiming in via Facebook. Good morning, Steve. It's a nice 60 degrees here in Indiana. Going down to about 48 tonight. See, a cool night coming on. That front pushed through our area this past day. High of only 75 for Wednesday. By the way, only 396 days till the cruise. Hoping everybody's staying safe out there, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. Have a wonderful Wednesday and, yes, indeed, a happy hump day. I flip over, I do indeed notice a lot of folks aren't finding us on the Facebook at this hour. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. For some reason, we're on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page. I don't know if we're technically on the Overnight Drive radio page or not like we normally would be. Either way, Toot is on board. Good morning, Kevin. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. There's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Round 2 to Schenectady, New York tonight. And he's headed over to the app. Mary Ann was able to find us. Let's see there. Rockpick says, hello. Didn't know you were back on YouTube via the Hot Shot page. Is that what's going on? I have no idea, but a lot of folks that are normally with us chiming in haven't found us yet, at least as far as like the Facebook thing is concerned. Eskimo Mom did. Happy Hump Day, Tuesday, whatever day it is for you. You were hard to find tonight at first. Okay, sitting here in Florence, Kentucky, waiting on a manager to check me in and let me drop and hook. All have a good night. It's mostly clear, mid-60s tonight. A little bit of fog starting to roll into Cincinnati tonight. Be safe. All right, Stephen. Hello, Steve. All your truckers making things happen out there. I appreciate it very much. Joe Self did find us. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive listeners. A nice 66 degrees. Winchester, Virginia. Everybody have a good night. All right, let's see what's going on with Lee. All right, the concerns along the eastern seaboard have been decreasing in recent days. It's really more for keeping their guard up in eastern New England, but Atlantic Canada, by this weekend, we continue to see fluctuations in strength, changes in the hurricane's eye, upwelling of some of the cool water, the same things we were talking about 24 hours ago. But landfall again, most likely in Nova Scotia, Canada this weekend. Any waiver in the track, high pressure to the east, the approaching jet stream could pull the hurricane a bit further west toward New England. or at the same time, it could push it further east toward Newfoundland or Labrador. Either way, near and east of where this thing rolls ashore, wherever it might be, there will be a significant storm surge, along with the strongest winds there. They have already earlier this week sounded the all clear for any sort of landfall from Florida to North Carolina. This past day, Tuesday, forecasters expanded that all clear to include areas as far north as the Delaware Bay region. So a good majority of the East Coast is given the all clear. These same areas will experience frequent strong rip currents that could be life-threatening in the region. Rough surf will lead to beach erosion in that zone, coastal flooding at times of high tide from North Carolina's Outer Banks, southeastern Virginia, probably peaking on Friday. Further north along that swath from New Jersey to Long Island, New York, there's not a zero chance of Lee wandering in, but the chances will increase exponentially further to the north in New England and, of course, reaching a peak there in Nova Scotia. So we'll keep an eye on Lee in the coming days, get the latest, I believe. Is Lee hanging in there at a Cat 3 right now? That was the last update I had seen. Nonetheless, 18 past the hour. Our number is 844-844-3388. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And I'm working on it here, trying to pull up the link from the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page. I'm going to share that over on my actual Facebook page. I don't think I can get the link added there to the Overnight Drive radio page. Well, start things off with a little technical difficulties here on a Wednesday morning. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. We'll get it settled out. Let's just jump over to some of our industry headlines as we kick things off here. Starting off with, it's all over the country. The story making headlines in Florida this past day. Truck drivers upset with the regulations that they say will hurt their business and your wallet, the general public. The new federal mandate requiring more expensive rigs after 2027. Truck driver Gerald Escobar puts it bluntly, the last few years has been the hardest in 28 years, he said. Questioning the Biden administration's new environmental regulations mandating all semi-trucks purchased after 2027 be more emissions friendly. And he's not the only one. Todd Spencer, president of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, I think their goals to keep in mind. The mandate part really muddies the water. He said for many, the new standards are virtually unattainable, in part because the method is unclear. Yeah, we're talking about a mandate that would currently eliminate something I operate and tell me I have to buy something else that will undoubtedly be cleaner. But what is that something else? The problem is we don't know. The EPA says the new standards are over 80% stronger than the current rules. They're the first phase of the administration's Clean Trucks Plan, designed to move the industry toward the low-carbon and electric technology. Under the Inflation Reduction Act, there are vehicle tax credits up to $40,000 for heavy-duty electric vehicles. Also, the proposed emission standards would improve air quality for communities across the nation. This is all about the Green New Deal, as we know. Joseph Perez has made a living driving a truck for more than 30 years. His new rig already has upgrades to meet the previous emission standards. Yeah, I get it, he says. We need to help the environment. Okay, I'm all for doing new things, but don't force me to do certain things. I only see problems with these more restrictive standards. That includes problems for the American consumer. It's an issue with the cost. It's an issue with the fuel mileage and everything. Yes, eventually, which this is all going to be passed to the consumer, so you're going to pay for this eventually. As for Escobar, he said he'll retire before spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on a new rig. There's no reason to even continue. You're not going to make any money, he said. We're already barely making any money as it is. The new emission standards, yes, there is efforts trying to overturn that, but I haven't seen any progression in that in recent days. Let me see. Philly Dan, there he is. Morning, everybody. Still looking for the escaped prisoner. And they do say now he's armed with a rifle. We got that. Larry forwarded that to me last evening. Matter of fact, there are, what would you call it, some bounty hunters that are rolling into the region up there, some civilians that are taking it upon themselves, hoping to be able to find this guy, which law enforcement says we can't stop them, but we wish they wouldn't. They're actually becoming a bit of a hindrance as the search continues there. I'll give you more on that coming up here. I think there's a $20,000 reward, which may have grown because we're now entering, I think, the 12th day. Let's see. Timothy, morning, Steve. I guess Facebook got us again. That I'm not sure. Could be. Who knows? Let's see. Kenneth, good morning, Steve. Had a hard time finding you, but I'm here. Yeah, let us know. How'd you find us? Checking in from Texas. Did you find us on the Hot Shot Secret page, or did you find it on the Overnight Drive radio? All right, a couple minutes till news update. Of course, it is National Truck Driver Appreciation Week in full swing now. The deals and the offers available to truckers are rolling in. Of course, official Truck Driver Appreciation Week kicked off on Sunday, so we're right in the middle of it here. So some of the deals, ways of saying thanks to the drivers, pilot locations, extending offers to drivers throughout the month of September, exclusive savings through their My Rewards Plus app. These offers are valid at participating Pilot, Flying J, and 1-9 travel centers. 3 free drinks every week on Pilot coffee, fountain drinks, top-selling beverage brands from the cooler. Got some offers on freshly prepared foods each week, 50% off pizzas, burgers, salads, food and beverage discounts of 10% for military or veteran pro drivers. Some other deals, racetrack locations, of course, throughout the southern tier of the country. Drivers can receive a free hot dog, courtesy of Nathan's Famous Hot Dogs at any racetrack location through September the 16th. All you have to have is the Racetrack Rewards app and use the in-app coupon. They've got a number of $4 meal deals this week. 2 slices of pizza and a 20-ounce Coke, $4. A fresh sub wrapper, wedge sandwich, and a 20-ounce Coke. Several other deals there. Deals all around the country. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is announcing the next steps in a possible impeachment of President Joe Biden. Reporters pressed Republican Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell about that.
I'm going to say it again. I don't think Leader McCarthy, Speaker McCarthy, needs any advice from the Senate on how to run the House.
Key budget discussions are underway, and lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are saying another continuing resolution is likely. E-commerce prices are falling.
Online shopping prices have dropped, indicating a potential easing of inflation. According to Adobe Analytics, e-commerce prices saw a 3.2% year-over-year decline in August, the most significant decrease in over 3 years. Among the categories experiencing the most significant price reductions are sporting goods, appliances, and electronics. I'm John Schaefer.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Ew. Gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried new Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in 1 wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
Hey, did you know Vistaprint prints everything a small business needs? Like if a barbershop needs signage, we print outdoor signs, posters, and banners. Or if a ballet school needs merch,
1, 2,
we print tote bags, t-shirts, hoodies, hats. Or if a coffee shop needs a total refresh,
latte for Mike.
Vistaprint designs logos and prints it on menus, mugs, paper bags, anything. Because with Vistaprint, the printabilities are endless. Print it all with 25% off for new customers with code NEW25 at Vistaprint.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I trust your week's going well. Good to have you on board. It's 844-844-3388. And several are saying, welcome back to YouTube. I don't know that we're supposed to be on YouTube. I was just searching to try and find it. But send me the link. Maybe share the link there, James, if you can. That's crazy. All righty, I guess, Gilligan's on board. Let's see, what do we got? Cloudy but dry, a little fog in Boones Mill, Virginia. Everybody, keep it shiny side up. Kenneth, morning, Steve. Had a hard time finding you, but we're checking in from Texas tonight. Very good. All right, Hillbilly is on board. Morning, Hillbilly. What's going on?
Mike. What day is it? What day is it?
It is. It is hump day. Yes, indeed.
Oh, won't make you laugh. Did you hear what Chucky Schumer said today?
Yeah, that they want. What? How did he put it? That the hypocrisy was just amazing. They don't want you going on these witch hunts, right?
Right. So we're doing for everything for the American people. We don't need to go on this witch hunt. What the hell have y'all been doing for the last 7 years?
Well, you've got 4 active indictments, witch hunts, all witch hunts.
So, I sat there. I heard that on your 12 o'clock newscast.
Yeah.
I went to laugh, and I went, that's the biggest joke of the day right there. I'm like, good Lord. Does he really think? Is he really drinking that much Kool-Aid?
I guess if he says it, the people are supposed to believe it. You know, they're doing things for the American people.
Yeah, okay. I got some ocean property in Kentucky too. If you believe that. All right, Steve. That's about all I have. Everybody be safe out here. I'm rolling up 71 to Columbus, playing in the fog.
All right. Well, hey,
good night.
Thanks for checking in. Yeah, I'm trying to work on our little technical issues as we speak. You know, just multitasking, as they say. But I heard Chuck Schumer in that hypocritical statement. The American people want Congress to do things for them. They don't want these, well, what do you call them? Wild goose chases, witch hunts, inquiries. Yeah, this as Kevin McCarthy, of course, announced a formal impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden this past day. Extensive investigations uncovering corruption involving the president and his family. In the announcement, he said, quote, I'm directing our House committees to open a formal impeachment inquiry. Over the past several months, House Republicans have uncovered serious, credible allegations into President Biden's conduct, a culture of corruption. In remarks on Capitol Hill, McCarthy said House Republicans have uncovered, again, serious, credible allegations. Taken together, these allegations paint a picture of a culture of corruption. Here's what we know so far. Through our investigation, we have found that President Biden did lie to the American people about his own knowledge of his family's foreign business dealings. Eyewitnesses have testified that the president joined on multiple phone calls and had multiple interactions and dinners that resulted in cars and millions of dollars. I do not take this decision lightly, regardless of your party or who you voted for. These facts should concern all Americans. The American people deserve to know that the public offices are not for sale, and the federal government is not being used to cover up the actions of a politically associated family. Now, he vowed to go wherever the evidence takes us, urged the president and his associates to fully cooperate with the inquiry in the interest of transparency. Now, earlier this year, we know Chuck Grassley, the Oversight Committee, released the FD 1023 form. The confidential informant provided the FBI with details on this alleged involvement in a bribery scheme while he was then vice president. We all know the background on that story, a $10 million trying to have the former Ukrainian prosecutor fired. Now, if verified, the FBI form indicates Burisma hired Hunter to protect us through his dad from all kinds of problems. Is there any significance to actually opening this inquiry? Yes, there is, technically. What changes now is the ability to subpoena for details, things like bank record, these bank records that they've been trying to keep hidden for years now. Pam Bondi kind of explained that the congressional leaders like Jim Jordan and James Comer, this will give them subpoena authority as they dig more deeply into the actions of Joe and the family members. The Bidens and others around them will have to comply with subpoenas or they will be held in contempt. They become the investigators, these Congress members. We've all seen the work that Jim Jordan's done for years fighting this. This gives them the authority they need. Public hearings will be held, but before that, they'll start an investigative process that gives them the right to subpoena bank records. These are highly relevant here. The Treasury Department has flagged the activities of 9 Biden family members who they're saying are documented to have taken hundreds of thousands, if not millions, from foreign entities when Joe was vice president. McCarthy also made a great point when he noted there have been more than 150 financial flags to the Treasury regarding suspicious activities from the Bidens. That's unbelievable. And nothing's happened. Nothing to date has happened. Meanwhile, the National Archives acknowledged they have about 5,400 emails that potentially show Joe Biden had pseudonyms, but they try to protect Barack Obama and Biden with everything they've got. She also said she agrees with former President Trump's call for the U.S. District Judge a former assistant public defender who was nominated to the bench by Obama, stands out as one of the toughest judges against January 6 defendants to recuse herself from the case in D.C. All right. So, yeah, the subpoena power could be significant. They can get, they've only got a handful of those flagged bank records. Yeah, the plot may really thicken in the coming days, but our number, 844-844-3388. Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. T. Summers. They ain't going to do nothing to him. That's all a dog and pony show up there. I'm out here in CM City tonight, a.k.a. Las Vegas, Nevada. It's a cool 88 degrees, Steve. It's been up in the hundreds, so I might have to put a pair of long johns on tonight. Just talking about them giving them hot dogs and bologna and pizza and Coke and Pepsi, Red Bull, candy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All that stuff real healthy for you. Do you believe in climate change or global warming?
Naturally occurring, yes, I do.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, we have summer, fall, winter, spring. Yep, that's the way it goes there. Well, I don't believe in all that garbage they're shoving down the rest of us, but I am for clean air. I got to breathe that stuff, right?
Right.
All right, I'm going to make all you truck drivers cry tonight. $5.35.9 for number 2 diesel. $4.099 for unleaded. It's a Flying J in Kingman, Arizona. No, I did not buy any fuel there. I bought my fuel over there in Arkansas and New Mexico for $4.69.9 and $4.89.9. So I tried to save a little money for the boss man there, right?
There you go.
Well, let's cut a slice of bologna from the Babylon Bee there, Steve. They said that Aaron Rodgers' ankle injury was a result of being unvaccinated. Yeah. Well, Tennessee told me something tonight. I didn't know nothing about it. Did you know out here in Las Vegas that they've got 600 miles of drainage tunnels and about 1,500 to 2,000 homeless people live in them things. They call them mole people there. So, she told me to lock my doors in case some old people come up out of the ground tonight there. So, I don't know. I read where Jimmy Fallon, his show was on the Tonight Show. He was at a toxic work environment. See, you ever known a boss man that didn't get mad about something every now and then?
I can't say that I have, no.
Yeah, well, I read this today. Incredibly, every single person who has ever had a boss reported that their boss also criticized poor work and intermittently was in a bad mood. The only Americans who did not come forward claiming to have worked in a similarly toxic environment were those who had never held an actual job. This Pennsylvania man, he went to 777 different movies in a single year. That's according to the UPI. So I'd be bored to death.
I mean, like 2 movies a day?
Yeah, something like that. He said he went after work and on the weekend just gets that record there. So I don't know. That's a lot of movies to be watching. The U.S. Army has made the world's toughest sandwich, Steve. For 2 decades now, the service has crafted the shelf-stable sandwich in flavors such as barbecue chicken, barbecue beef, nacho cheese, bacon cheddar, and Italian pocket. Steve has got a shelf life of 3 years, and they claim that people are eating them things up. I don't know. I wouldn't eat no sandwich that was 3 years old. How about you?
I'm thinking that sandwich is probably, 75% preservatives?
Yeah, something like that. Well, you're not a conspiracy theorist, are you?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, me too. Well, we got a medical mystery almost as old as America. what actually killed George Washington back in December the 12th, 1799. That was an article on military.com. And well, I guess that's going to be all my baloney for this go-around there. Oh, yeah, the Cardinals, I can guarantee you they are going to be at home watching the World Series on TV this year. And that'll be all of my baloney for this go-around, Mr. Steve Summers.
Yeah,
Have a great.
I do believe when you're last in your division, you'll be watching from the stands or on the TV, right? All right, hello, Buckeye Boy. I found you on the Hot Shot Secret page. Buckeye Boy checking in from I-20, the 16-mile post in Texas, about 20 miles from Pecos. 64 degrees, some sprinkles. Tex got me out of Tucson about 12:30 local. Then I had to go to a metal recycling place to dispose of the units. How about those Reds and Braves both winning in extra innings tonight? All right. I'm stopping here in a little while for the night. Everybody have a great night, and everybody be careful out there. 5-7, you can run, but you can't hide. Copy the mail. Found us. Rubber Duck. Now, he's chiming in via YouTube. Okay, is this the September 13th show? Yes, it is, Rubber Duck. Again, I don't know how you found it. Looks like he might be on hold. Got you coming up here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, see if we can jump over to Rubber Duck. What's going on, Rubber Duck?
Yeah, not me. Hold on. Where's the... How do I get you off a speakerphone? There we go. Good morning.
What's happening?
We're there?
Yeah, we're live. Live and in Technicolor.
Well, kind of live. Why didn't we get on Facebook tonight? Did we make them upset? Because they deleted a whole bunch of people's comments from last night's show.
Oh, yeah?
They hit them... Yeah, they hit them as offensive. And they're not. If you uncover them and you look at them, they're like, it's just the typical we support not our president.
So it
But,
was.
yeah, I think
so
maybe
it was
that's
like
why.
the comment section where the listeners are talking back and forth.
Yeah, where we go in the chat,
Yeah.
like stuff that was okay on the 12th and came through has been flagged, and then like this could be offensive, and so you have to click on the unhide button, and it's nothing. We love you, Rick. We love you, Dean. We know you guys didn't do anything wrong, but I think that's why you're not on Facebook tonight. Maybe.
Could be.
Was really strange to find you on YouTube, though. And they've linked it back to the corporate page.
On Hot Shot Secret?
Yes, sir. And it's the first show that's linked back into the corporate page for like ever. I really did have a hard time finding you. I was like, well, maybe Steve got sick, took the night off or something.
Well, I did have that whole cough
But
thing
then
I was talking about last night, and I'm not coughing nearly as much now. It kind of went to a headache. I tested for COVID twice now, and it came back negative both times. So
That's good. Jennifer's gotten better with hers, and they're still on track with inducing her on the 28th with the baby, but the baby's still only about 4 pounds. Oh, we're praying for that.
Mm-hmm.
But what do we our auto part hauler friends? What are we feeling, guys? We're going to go to work tomorrow. You're going to have plants to deliver to you. You're going to be locked out.
Yeah,
I
know Truck
Friday
and Phil,
morning.
Bourbon Street. Gary hauls auto parts. I know what's his name, Truck and Phil there in Michigan. He doesn't normally join us till about 4:00 in the morning. I don't know, Bourbon Street Gary. If you're out there, give us a ring.
Yep, I'd be interested to see that because I was reading into that, and people might look at the first opening line saying, "Oh my God, they want a 46% increase for cost of living and all this over the life of the contract." That's not the whole deal. They need to read into this because the people that they're hiring now are basically just like going to work for a third-party logistics company. They're not getting a retirement. They're getting a 401k. They're not locked into anything. And I kind of see why the UAW might be, a little disgruntled. They want everybody to be treated right, and I kind of agree with it. They're the last ones that can stand their ground for us. And it's going to suck because I haul cars. If they don't make new cars, then people don't trade in their used cars to get the nice new car, which doesn't give me used cars to haul, which, that's already been slow enough as it is. I don't want it to get any slower, but I need it, for... And these electric things, I don't know. They've upped the tax credits. They're giving another $4,000 rebate over the $7,500 rebate on the Mustangs because they can't sell the damn things. And I looked into the Jeep, and why would I buy something that only went 21 miles on the battery?
21 miles.
The Wrangler E's. I dug into what they were all about, and if you wanted to just use the battery itself, if you ran out of gas and were just driving on the battery, 21 miles in its best conditions.
Okay, so it's more of it's a hybrid thing. So you got the gas engine, and if you actually were to run out of gas, that can hopefully get you to the next exit or something.
Right, and then I also noticed it has hybrid switches and stuff in it, so I don't know if that guy with the YouTube video was maybe misrepresenting the vehicle, but it to me it's not its numbers aren't like some of the other ones, but I still laugh at the Mustang that would go 287 miles, but then it would take you 10 hours to charge it back to a full charge.
Wow.
To go another 287 miles.
Well, and what you're talking about as far as the
it-
trucking, on the trucking side, I've been sharing all week long. I mean, Nikola's got a recall of all, anyone who's got one of their trucks, and there ain't many of them. There's just a few hundred, I think, that have been delivered. They're all recalled because of the battery thing. And what was the other? Who was the other manufacturer that had the electric? Every one of them are pretty much recalled for the battery potential fires right now. All right, thanks for checking in, Rubber Duck. All right, clear lines as we hit news break top of the hour at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy announcing an impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden will commence. It comes as Congress returns for key budget talks to avert a government shutdown. Hardline Republican members of the House Freedom Caucus threatening Speaker McCarthy with removal if certain conditions aren't met.
I rise today to serve notice. Mr. Speaker, you are out of compliance with the agreement that allowed you to assume this role.
Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz says the MAGA wing wants more investigations of the Biden family's business dealings, as well as deep federal government spending cuts, a full release of the January 6th tapes, and other concessions. Senate Majority Leader and Democrat Chuck Schumer is calling the Republicans' planned impeachment inquiry a witch hunt.
The American people want us to do something that will make their lives better, not go off on these chases and witch hunts.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is now in Russia for a meeting with President Vladimir Putin, but now the question remains, where and when? Media reporters in the West are guessing at a possible meeting during an economic summit in Vladivostok, but there are now reports about a possible gathering at a Russian spaceport located not far away. It's feared the North Koreans may trade weapons for Russia's war in Ukraine to gain key military technology and intelligence from the Russians. Back in the U.S., it's confirmed NFL superstar quarterback Aaron Rodgers suffered a torn Achilles tendon and will likely sit out the rest of the season with the New York Jets.
Now Rodgers sits down.
Rodgers had taken only 4 snaps on Monday Night Football against the Buffalo Bills before the injury occurred. This is USA News.
Are you or someone you love struggling with an addiction to drugs or alcohol and want to be set free from the chains of addiction? Then call Addiction Helpline America right now to get the help you need. From drug and alcohol addiction to dual diagnosis treatment, we provide a confidential helpline to help people like you get sober and live happy, substance-free lives.
Treatment helped me get my life back. I was so addicted, the only person I could focus on was myself and what I needed. I hit rock bottom and lost everything. Through treatment, I was able to overcome those demons and focus on my family again.
I used until I overdosed and almost died. That was the end of the road for me. After seeking treatment, I now have hope. I learned skills that help me deal with life on life's terms.
800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. That's 800-932-1745.
House Freedom Caucus Chair Republican Scott Perry says he doesn't understand why people are asking where the evidence of high crimes and misdemeanors might be in relation to President Biden.
It's not normal for family members to receive millions of dollars from overseas interests. Those things aren't normal. That's not normal to have 20 shell companies. These things are not normal, and it alludes to not only just widespread corruption, but money laundering.
Critics of a Republican inquiry point to a lack of any damning evidence that points directly at the president or his son Hunter. The largest U.S. antitrust trial in a quarter century is getting underway this week, with DOJ prosecutors battling to prove that Google has been unfairly dominating the internet search engine market. Over the next 10 weeks, the Justice Department and several state attorneys general hope to show how Google may have cheated to lock in its search engine across a wide range of places and devices. Attorneys for Google's parent company, Alphabet, say the tech giant was just better at the search engine business and that there was plenty of competition at one time with MSN, Yahoo, and others. 5 former Memphis police officers are now facing charges of federal civil rights violations in connection with the beating death of Tyree Nichols. A 4-count indictment charges each of the former policemen with abusing the authority behind the badge, using excessive force, and obstructing justice. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. Get hour number 2 underway here. I believe I've got it figured out. I think I know what's going on. Had a special broadcast this past day via the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page, the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page, where they introduced the new product. think that was 3:30 this afternoon. They went live. It turns out the new product is geared toward the racing community. It's the Hot Shot Secret Motorsports Adrenaline R82 Plus. If you tuned in, again, geared toward the racing community, what this is going to do is, I believe it's the diesel racing community, going to raise the cetane levels to give you incredible additional power, right? Okay, so by going, the feed goes from the secret bunker to Mount Gilead, Ohio, and then everything kind of goes through the switchers there. I'm thinking somebody maybe plunked the wrong magic twanger this past day, and they had the overnight drive feed going through the Hot Shot Secret channel. I saw Marianne, or Miss Millie, chimed in, and she said she couldn't find us on the Facebook page or Rumble. So if we were in timeout on Facebook, which I don't think we are, we would not be in timeout on Rumble. So it's all about the switch, and I don't know if Josh would answer his phone at 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if he'd be able to do anything about it till the morning anyway. But that would be the deal. Yeah, we're not in timeout on anything. And obviously, the feed's not supposed to be going to the YouTube feed through Hot Shot Secret as well. So mind your P's and Q's. You know what I mean? All right, Miss Millie, good morning. Steve and the listening friends just saying a big thank you to all the drivers out there that keep this country rolling. God bless you each and every one. All right, yeah, that kind of explains it. That's got to be the deal. And if you actually see the feed there of the overnight drive on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page, it says Hot Shot Secret Live. Join us as we release our new Adrenaline R82 Plus product. So that's what's going on. Got to get all the magic twangers reset to feed the things the right direction. That's why Rumble's not getting the feed. That's why the Overnight Drive Facebook page isn't getting the feed. It's just it's called a technical glitch. All right, Rubber Duck brought up the car haulers, the auto parts haulers out there. Yeah, what's going on? There's a potential of a auto workers strike as of the midnight hour Thursday. There was an update this past day. Leaders of the United Auto Workers Union, they tell us, are considering what they're calling targeted strikes at a small number of factories run by each of Detroit's big three automakers if they can't reach a deal by Thursday night. So rather than an all-out shut everything down, the leadership discussed smaller scale strikes at a meeting last Friday. Local union leaders were told about the strategy this past afternoon. Now, those who spoke about it did not want to be identified because they weren't authorized to disclose details until President Shawn Fain updates workers today, officially, I guess, Wednesday afternoon. The union president, will be on a Facebook Live appearance. But at the Tuesday meeting, Fain didn't say whether the union would target vehicle assembly plants or component factories. According to one of those that were involved, strikes at parts plants could force production halts at multiple assembly factories. He also didn't say how many workers would actually walk off their jobs. The UAW would not comment this past day on the strategy. Strikes at individual plants would be far less costly to the union, which would have to pay $500 per week to each of their 146,000 members if strikes against General Motors, Stellantis, and Ford occurred at the same time. In that case, the union's $825 million strike fund would run dry in less than 3 months, not including payments by the union for health insurance. So this is a strategy as the pace of talks with all three automakers picked up. We've just got 2 days left before the contract expires at 11:59 p.m. Thursday. Now, both sides, they say, are exchanging offers and negotiating long hours, but they still appear to be pretty far apart on the wages and the benefits. Union and the companies have said they're willing to talk in an effort to work out a deal before the deadline. Still, Fain last week said that he threw counteroffers from the companies in the trash and accused them of being slow to make wage and benefit offers. There is still some optimism on both sides, they tell us, that there could be a deal reached before the deadline. Ford's chief executive officer, Jim Farley, said this past evening that their company submitted a new offer to the union that, in his words, would be our most generous in over 80 years of the United Auto Workers and Ford. Pay increases, eliminating different tiers of wages, protection against inflation, bigger contributions to retirement plans. It's a significant enhancement, he said. So I'm still optimistic that we'll get a deal, but there is a limit. Now, Farley ruled out a union demand for a 32-hour work week for 40 hours of pay. It's still possible to avoid a strike. General Motors president said this past day that a lot of progress has been made in the past few days. The give and take thing, he said, is really happening. We're on a path, part of the process. This is the way these things work. GM's goal is to reward employees while also investing in the future. Now, Fain, when asked on Labor Day about targeted strikes, said everything's on the table. We've mapped out a lot of different strategies. It's really going to depend on where we are come September the 14th. That will dictate how we react. So the union likely would strike at plants that make components for pickup trucks and the big SUVs. Those are the big profit centers. They're trying to impose some hardship on the companies and apply an accelerating level of pressure to encourage them to make an offer that'll be acceptable to the rank and file and goes further toward meeting the demands they've already put on the table. It would make sense for the union to target the company's most popular, lucrative products, he says. This is Merrick Masters, business professor at Wayne State University right there in Detroit. This tactic would force the companies to lay off workers at assembly plants, and they would get unemployment benefits rather than money from the union strike fund. Okay, I see this strategy. Now, the last known offers from GM and Ford were 10% raises over 4 years with lump sum annual payments in the years that raises are not awarded. Last known offer from Stellantis, formerly known as Fiat Chrysler, was raises of 14.5% over 4 years, no lump sum for wages. All three companies offered lump sums in other areas to cover inflation and a bonus like a ratification bonus if you ratify the contract. But he did say perhaps most important to the union is that it be allowed to represent workers at 10 electric vehicle battery factories, most of which are being built by joint ventures between the automakers and the South Korean battery makers. The union wants those plants to receive top UAW wages. That's because workers who now make components for the internal combustion engines will need a place to work as the auto industry makes that transition to electric vehicles. Okay, so obviously a lot of strategy going on there, but all right, it's a game of chess at this point in time, the way it sounds. Hello to Kentucky Ken. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you, my friend?
Doing well. On the road again. You got you back on that overnight schedule?
Yes, sir. We are currently on I-40 on our way to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. for our first stop on the Camino tour. It's in Philly, and we load in on the 14th, morning of the 14th.
Okay.
So there's only 2 trucks on this tour, and it's coast to coast plus 2 stops in Canada. So I've never been to Canada before, so I'll be interested to hear some of the feedback from some of the drivers that have driven up there. But it's gonna be just coast to coast. So
wow.
I'll be going to San Francisco, Texas, Boston. Yeah, it's New York City. It's all over. So
you're out for
doing good.
Is this like how many weeks you're going to be out on this particular stint?
This one runs till the end of October.
Wow.
So I'm going. Yeah, I'll be gone a while. So got a lot of clothes with me, winter clothes. We got to pick up change for the truck before we go into Colorado.
Yep.
We're going to get those at a service center and all that. But I'm optimistically hoping that we get through all those states before that stuff starts popping down.
Yeah.
You know?
I can tell you this, for many, many years, we've taken, our cruises in the month of October. I can't tell you how many times we've been out there on the cruise ship. And I think, they have a handful of, like television stations that they have available to you on the ship. And for whatever reason, typically it's like out of one of the Denver stations. And I mean, time and time again, we're out there middle of October, and they're talking about how the big snow's falling in the mountains and all that. In Wyoming and Colorado, you never know.
No, I know you don't. We just, we'll get through it one way or the other. So it was just a long load in. So we actually planned on leaving about 2 hours before we did. So I only got about 3.5 more hours of drive time for my 11. Well, actually, I'm on my 14. So we'll get somewhere in Pennsylvania and buckle down for the night, and then probably have about 400 miles to go tomorrow. So it'll work out fine. But I really hope that UAW gets settled. I just hate to see any more, with all the parts and all that other stuff.
Yep.
Geez, Pete, you don't want those cars and trucks being sitting there waiting on stuff. I hope they do. I really do. And of course, Truckers Appreciation Week, and I hope everybody has just a fantastic week this week. I'll tell you what, Steve, I am we're about 20 miles from 81, and it is foggy that running towards Asheville here. I'm shocked how foggy it is. So if you get out on 40, watch the heavy fog in some spots.
Yep.
But other than that, keep doing what you're doing, my man. We appreciate you every night.
Hey, I appreciate you being out there, being a part of the show, Kentucky Ken. Safe travels to you. And, thank you very much. And that frees up another line at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, got an email from Pappy. I don't know if he'll have a chance to call in this morning or not. I know he spent probably had a long day. Started things out at 0800 hours. Yeah, the twice annual training session. So, yeah, then again, he always says he's on this night schedule, and he so I don't know. Do you sleep tonight, or you just totally out of whack? But he did chime in and regard. I mentioned the significance of the subpoena with this official impeachment inquiry that would give the likes of Comer and Jim Jordan the power of the subpoena. Pappy said, well, here we go. Handcuffs for anyone who ignores subpoenas from this impeachment inquiry committee. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Adam Schiff, they have set the precedent, a.k.a. Peter Navarro, Stephen K. Bannon, arrested, handcuffed, legs shackled. In Peter Navarro's case, perp walked. Of course, Navarro just convicted of that here a few days ago. It's time to play their game. Give them a taste of their medicine. Fight fire with fire. The gloves are off. Hardball high and inside off the plate. Put the batter on the ground. Go on the offensive. Expose this family for what they are. The disgraceful bags of garbage. It is time to take out the trash. Of course, the Senate will not convict, so be it. But expose them, and handcuffs if you refuse to testify or hand over the evidence. That's where it stands. And that in part is one of the big reasons. Yeah, McCarthy's been, he's been bucking. He was pretty much forced against the wall. The likes of Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene had just told him in recent days, you made a deal with us. You agreed to do certain things for us to vote you into the position of the speakership. You are on the verge of breaching that and being removed. Wasn't that part of the deal where they only have to have like 5 members of the House to say that he's not doing the job they want him to do, and they could boot him from the speakership? He's pretty much been forced into this position. I don't know if he would have done it or not had, I think, Matt Gaetz yesterday or the day before, actually, pretty much, I heard the audio clip of that, telling him, we're gonna proceed to look at removing you from the speakership. So he comes out this past day and says, okay, we're going to officially do it. All right, when it comes to diesel prices in the past week, the real estate adage applies here. Location, location, location. Average national retail price for diesel from the Department of Energy, the Energy Information Administration, up just under a nickel over the past week. $4.54 per gallon. The future price for ultra-low sulfur diesel has risen more than 25 cents a gallon in just the past 4 trading days. A number of factors. It's the highest price since $4.53 per gallon back in early February of this year. But that solitary number, used for most fuel surcharges, fails to reflect huge divergences in different regions of the country. The East Coast was up just like a half a cent. And West Virginia, plus all the states on the eastern seaboard, from Virginia south to Florida, actually were down 0.2 of a penny. The Midwest was up about 4.5 cents. The Gulf Coast up 4 cents. But you head out west, and they are seeing their prices soar. Average for the West Coast was up 14.5 cents a gallon to $5.53. The West Coast, less California, up 12.5 cents, $5.15. California, most diesel prices in California have now surpassed the 6-gallon mark. It's officially $5.97, but numerous stations over $6 a gallon.
USA News Update. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has opened an impeachment inquiry into President Biden.
This logical next step will give our committees the full power to gather all the facts and answers for the American public.
McCarthy pointed to concerns over business transactions between the Biden family and foreign entities. Both the president and his son Hunter have denied any wrongdoing. There's growing concern about an increase in Vibrio infections, a type of flesh-eating bacteria in the U.S. Vibrio now emerging up the East Coast. The bacteria, often associated with the consumption of contaminated raw oysters, flourishes in brackish water. Due to a shift in consumer behavior, McDonald's will be making some changes, which include getting rid of self-serve soda machines at their restaurants, as well as making restaurants with smaller or no dining room areas. The changes come as a response to the decline of customers choosing to dine in. John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you filed for disability benefits but were denied by the Social Security Administration? Or do you need to apply and are overwhelmed with paperwork? Are you between the ages of 50 and 63 and can no longer work because of an illness or injury? Thousands of hardworking Americans are in your situation. They file for disability benefits and are unnecessarily denied their much-needed benefit check. Call now for a no-obligation, free evaluation. We can help you nearly double your chances of approval and get your benefit checks faster. We understand the physical, emotional, and financial impact. We'll share our insider expertise and help you get your disability claim filed and paid immediately. There is a time limit to apply, so call right now. Operators are standing by to help you.
800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. That's 800-392-1941.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. options. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, that's my cue. Back at it here. I did not get to tune in to the live action, but I did get to see the highlights. World 100, one of the biggest spectacles in dirt track racing, occurred over the weekend. Eldora Speedway, Tony Stewart's place. Right front tire blowouts became a major story during the 53rd annual World 100 weekend. Maybe not epidemic level issues with the vast majority of the 102 competitors there. Yeah, 102 race cars vying to get into, I believe, a 24-car starting field. It's a 3 out of 4 that arrived trying to get in. Don't even get in the field. It's only the best of the best, right? But there were enough problems that struck a notable number of contenders. Bobby Pierce of Oakwood, Illinois, saw his hopes of a $56,000 payday Saturday night evaporate on lap 47 when a tire explosion sent him into the turn 3 wall. Devin Moran of Dresden, Ohio, was running 6th on lap 40 when he suffered the same fate. Donald McIntosh of Dawsonville, Georgia, lost a chance to start on the outside pole in the World 100 when his Billy Hicks-owned car popped a tire and shot into the third turn concrete while leading in the 5th heat race there. And during Friday's preliminary program, there were at least 4 drivers, including the eventual World 100 first and second place finishers, Hudson O'Neill of Martinsville, Indiana, and Jonathan Davenport of Blairsville, Georgia, who were struck down by cut right fronts. Both were fortunate enough to avoid car-crushing smashes on the outside wall because they were running low on the track when their tires gave out. So obviously the call goes out to who? It's not Goodyear. We've seen these sort of issues before at certain tracks with Goodyear, who supplies the tires to NASCAR. It's Hoosier Tire. Everybody's saying, what have you done? Do we have a batch of bad tires? What's that? When Hoosier Tire Dirt Product Manager Shannon Rush arrived at Eldora Saturday after spending 3 days tending to Hoosiers' concerns at Boone Speedway in Iowa at the gargantuan IMSA Super Nationals. He walked into a situation a man in his line of work hates more than anything. I don't want anybody to blow out tires. Yeah, I want tires to be the last story you talk about at any of these races, but indeed it became the storyline, one that grew especially outsized on Saturday's big stage with the blown front rights of McIntosh, Moran, and most notably Pierce, who was essentially robbed of a real opportunity to complete a sweep of the weekend with his second career World 100 triumph. He had advanced from the 13th starting spot to third place by lap 41. He had O'Neill and Davenport in his sights when that all ended abruptly against the turn 3 wall on lap 47. That blown tire as he was running the top of the half-mile over and veered him quickly right into the wall. Significant damage to the frame of his Longhorn chassis that had to be towed back to the trailer. Pierce said it was a hard hit. It bent the front clip over. We're going to have to get that fixed, but at least he said he was all right, just had a scrape on his arm. But, yeah, Hoosier Tires. Folks kind of saying, what have you done? What have you done? All right, a couple of our listening friends chiming in. Jack. Hello, Jack. Morning, Steve. Just checking in real quick. I'm out here in Claremont, Mercy, making a pickup, 63 degrees. But let me tell you, the fog is thicker than the BS Chuck Schumer was trying to put out this past day. Route 32 and the 275 loop on the east side of Cincinnati. I mean, so basically we're talking about some thick-ass fog. Stay safe, everybody. Love y'all. Steve, you're still the greatest program on earth. And I believe in natural global warming myself. This planet is going to do whatever it wants to do. And if any of this stuff they're saying about Hunter and Joe is true, and they can prove it financially, you better get ready for President Kamala. Anyway, love y'all. Everybody stay safe out there. All right, Buckeye Boy chimed in here real quick. What do you have here? Governor Kemp in Georgia is suspending the gas and diesel tax from midnight the 13th, so midnight tonight, till October 12th. Now, it doesn't help with our IFTA tax owed. We still have to pay the miles tax, and it really screws up the computer programs that I use to calculate my quarterly IFTA reports. I tell my guys to buy fuel in other states because what fuel we buy in Georgia during the time, that time ends up costing me anyway because it doesn't send any money to other states when we have an average for the fuel tax we buy in Georgia is more than what we need to pay for the miles driven in Georgia. But thanks for the heads up on that. Appreciate it. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, you already did it. I don't need to do it now. I already heard it. Who was it there?
Rubber Duck. Rubber Duck. Or
no,
was it Hillbilly?
No, it wasn't Rubber Duck. Hillbilly.
Hillbilly.
It was Hillbilly did it. So we'll give him the Gooey Brownie Award there tonight. How about that? The big Gooey Brownie. But you can't steal Pappy's big cookie, right?
Right.
So we'll give him a Gooey Brownie. Nothing better than a half-baked gooey brownie. Don't you think that with vanilla ice cream? Aren't you hungry now, Your Honor? Couldn't you just go for a big gooey chocolate brownie with ice cream right now?
Yum, yum.
Yeah. And a little chocolate syrup, whipped cream on it, or even better yet, hot fudge instead of the chocolate syrup. Put some hot fudge and a little whipped cream on it. Boy, I tell you what, there you go. That'd be a good treat right now. And of course, the Skullbuster beer right next to it, right?
Better yet, how about how about that? Do you do the chocolate melting cake when you're on the cruise?
Yeah,
for dessert, man.
Yeah, we did that.
That stuff is unbelievable.
Chocolate lava or something like that. Yeah, that was good stuff, buddy. That, and I did tell you there, I did figure out the ice cream deal, didn't I? Because that self-serve ice cream, you got your vanilla ice cream or your chocolate ice cream or
they
your
got the
twist
little
ice cream.
with the little bitty bowls.
Well, if you go on the other side of the little bitty bowls, they got the self-serve drink thing there with the cups, the little plastic cups that are about 6 times the size of them little bitty bowls. You can fit about 8 times more ice cream in them cups than you can in them little plastic bowls. So go on the other side there and grab yourself a drink cup, and then come back on the ice cream side and fill up the drink cup. Got to make half as many trips to the ice cream station that way. But anyways, hey, to get off all that nonsense there, we've been out here this morning playing in the rain. Went up to take a ride on the Reading Railroad there. I don't know, what do? You go past the jail there and Chance, and you take a ride on the Reading Railroad. What's that, between Marvin Gardens and Park Place? You going down that side of the board? And so anyways, but now we're headed over here to Philadelphia there to check that out, make sure it's safe there for Kentucky Ken to get here. And if he makes it all the way to Pennsylvania, he won't have 400 miles to go, because he's coming up 81 off of 40 through Virginia there. If he makes it all the way to Pennsylvania, which if he's only got 3.5 hours, I don't know if he's going to make it all the way across Virginia, West Virginia, Maryland, and into Pennsylvania with that amount of time. But if he does, he'll be out here in the Greencastle area, and he won't have any 400 miles to go to get to Philly after that. He'll be down under 300 probably to get up to the turnpike and run the turnpike across to Philly if they're paying the toll and do that. That'll be a pretty good ride for him. So what's up with your buddy Chucky Schumer up there out of New York? There has he got the shoe on the other hand now? Does it get out there doing witch hunts? What's the deal? How come witch hunts aren't any good now?
Have the tables turned, I guess, is the question, right?
Yeah. As I say, the gloves on the other foot or the shoes on the other hand, or it just don't feel good, does it? When that happens, that turnabout there, and so anyways, there, I don't know. We'll see how all this develops and whether McCarthy really follows through, or whether he's gonna be scared that he's gonna lose his position if he doesn't follow through, or how all that plays out. So anyways, as I say, we've been riding out of Reading there, and we just went past I forget what the road was. I think it was 724 there. Went off town towards Phoenixville. So I guess we're out here looking for armed and dangerous criminal suspects here. But if he's out here, he's getting a bath. I know that, because we've had the wipers on pretty good and steady, and there's a good light show out here right now. So I'm hoping things kind of die down by the time I get to Philly, so I can keep working, because these oil refineries, they get scared and don't want to be working when there's lightning around. You're
heading to Philly. Like, what are you gonna? You run up? Is that 495 or what? What do you run in up?
Well, it all depends on where I'm coming from. I was coming out of Lancaster here earlier, and I had to run north, so I'm actually cutting crosslots here on some other roads, but I'm coming across kind of where the turnpike is at this point. But as I say, I just went by Phoenixville here not too long ago, and but a lot of times I come up US 1 there, come right across out of Maryland there across the Conowingo Dam, and where they just got done building a brand new scale house to replace the old one they had. They had a grand opening there. $5.8 million for the new scale house, Your Honor.
Wow.
Now tell me it's all about safe. Oh, wait a minute. We gotta recoup $5.8 million. I think that's about revenue and not. Yeah. It's not about safe. And seeing how they give tickets out to everybody with a 53-foot trailer that goes across the Susquehanna River there at the Conowingo Power Generation Dam. they give everybody a ticket for a 53-foot trailer, even though it's U.S. Highway 1, and I've never seen any restrictions anywhere. There's no signs posted. There's nothing posted anywhere that I've ever found. But if you go across there with a 53-foot trailer, they will give you a citation. And of course, most everybody's from out of town, so they just say, "Okay, I'll take my citation and I'll mail in the fine," and nobody goes to court. I'm pretty sure if you go to court, you can fight it because, as I say, I've never seen anything. Unless somebody out there can tell me where it's in black and white, I've never been able to find it. So as I say, it's US 1 there, just before the Pennsylvania line, going across the Susquehanna River there at that toll barrier. They call it Conowingo, Maryland. So other than that, I don't know what else we got going for us here. Sounds like it's a good thing not to either be playing for the Buffalo Bills or playing against the Buffalo Bills, because didn't last year one of the Buffalo Bills players they got injured, couldn't play the rest of the season, and had that heart problem, his heart stopped or whatever.
Right, yeah, damn near died on the field there, yeah.
Yeah. Now this year, Aaron Rodgers plays against Buffalo, and his season's come to an end. It sounds like it's kind of scary, either playing the Buffalo Bills or being a Buffalo Bill there. Maybe we get a couple of major injuries out of the way, and then it's good for the rest of the year.
Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, have you heard the scuttlebutt? I mean, there's actually apparently a buzz about Colin Kaepernick.
Really?
Yeah, about possibly.
I hadn't heard that.
Possibly filling that slot.
Oh, I don't think he's anywhere near practiced up enough for that. Talk about going to come out and get injured first thing stepping on the field, and not in any condition, and not in any ability to even play at this point. What's it been? Hasn't that been like 10 years or something that we've had the kneeling deal?
The last NFL snap he took was January 1 of 2017. So 6 years.
Yeah.
Almost 7 years. Yeah.
I mean, that's some quarterbacks' careers. I mean, you think you can sit on the sidelines and not play for that amount of time and then come back and compete at the level of the NFL that they expect you to play at? And anyways, there was one thing I was trying to figure out how to forward there, and it came from a retired Maryland State Trooper that I know. He posted on his Facebook page, and it was a picture of M&T Stadium now, at M&T Stadium. Now, I'm just describing what this picture was, so yeah. I have no verification of whether it's actual truth or not. But there's a group of people around, and painted on the side, spray painted on the side of like an electrical board, it says "Kill Wolf," and it's right, if you love it, there in front of Bank Stadium, Ravens play. So, and as I say, it was posted was a certified, retired Maryland State Police, trooper. So, as good as the nation was, I'm like, and you people don't want to, and that was most of the comments. There was a lot of comments he had that haven't been to the city in 10 years, haven't been to the city in 15 years, never been to a Ravens game, and will never go. You wonder where the problem is. Is not, and you wonder why people don't want to visit the downtowns and associate with the downtowns. And if you don't clean up your act in the downtown, then all the good paying people ain't going to go, or stop going. To say, I can't verify the photograph that I did see. All I can do is report what it said.
Okay.
But it was kind of an interesting thing to see that on a Maryland State Troopers posted. That, I mean, he normally is very factual about what he posts.
Well, just make sure to notify Kentucky Ken when he rolls into Philadelphia there. Don't make a pit stop on the streets of Kensington, right? Oops, stay away.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Yeah, that was actually the headline. I printed up the story. Is Colin Kaepernick a top 32 quarterback in today's NFL? I'm thinking probably not. Despite not having played an NFL snap since January 1 of 2017, the former 49ers and his supporters have been clinging to the idea that he should be a quarterback in the league, preferably a starter. Yeah, funny thing is, when the league has its full assortment of starting quarterbacks, you don't hear the outcries about Kaepernick nearly as much, suggesting that the man who brought the national anthem protest is not, in fact, a top 32 quarterback in 2023. However, the NFL undoubtedly does not have its full assortment of starting quarterbacks. With the catastrophic Achilles rupture of New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers Monday night, he will miss the rest of the season and possibly beyond. Yeah, given the severity of the injury and for the NFL, he's 39 years old, right? Some say it may take 2 years to recover from the Achilles injury. While Jets fans were wallowing in misery in the immediate aftermath of the injury, the team did go on to win in overtime. But some NFL punditry saw the perfect chance to push the idea of Kaepernick suiting up in the NFL. One of the most vocal proponents of the 35-year-old returning to the field came from former ESPN host Jemele Hill. In a poorly veiled social media post, there's a quarterback right there in New Jersey who took a team to a Super Bowl and an NFC championship game, he said. Conveniently leaving out that Kaepernick accomplished all that while, two presidential administrations ago. All right. When called out via X, formerly Twitter, when NFL fans last saw this guy, he was struggling to keep a starting position against the 49ers journeyman backup, Blaine Gabbert. So, I don't know. NFL reporter Jason Schultz reported yesterday that Kaepernick is ready to be a Jet. He said, quote, "I just spoke with Colin Kaepernick, who tells me his agent has reached out to the Jets about his desire to make an NFL return." Yeah, Kaepernick remains on the West Coast at the moment, working out. But I don't know. It's the sheer amount of controversy he would bring with him to any team. It's hard to imagine, but we will see. Time will tell, right? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Government experts have cast doubt on the effectiveness of the leading decongestant used by millions of Americans. Tuesday, advisors to the FDA unanimously voted against the effectiveness of the ingredient found in popular medications like Sudafed, Allegra, and Dayquil. This ingredient, phenylephrine, became the primary drug in over-the-counter decongestants after pseudoephedrine was moved behind pharmacy counters due to concerns about illegal processing into methamphetamine. Escaped killer Danilo Cavalcante is now armed. That's according to the head of the Pennsylvania State Police, as the manhunt enters its second week.
We have always considered him to be very dangerous, and I have stressed that in every one of my press conferences and in every briefing that I have given to our people that are out there searching. We considered him desperate. We considered him dangerous. All this does is confirm for us that he has a weapon.
State Police Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens said Cavalcante took a rifle from an open garage. He was shot at by the homeowner as he fled. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has thrown his support behind an impeachment inquiry into President Biden.
This logical next step will give our committees the full power to gather all the facts and answers for the American public.
The California Republican made the announcement on Tuesday, pointing to concerns over business transactions between the Biden family and foreign entities. Both the president and his son Hunter have denied any wrongdoing. President Biden has declared that he will veto a right-wing defense funding bill that's slated to be considered on the House floor this week. The White House has declared that it strongly opposes the Pentagon spending measure, stating Republicans loaded the bill with conservative policy riders, including those on abortions and transgender troops. Apple launched the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Pro, the first to use USB-C charging cables. The models feature tougher glass, enhanced cameras, and satellite service. This is USA News.
If you have asthma, pay close attention to this message. It can save you hundreds of dollars on your healthcare costs. Right now, you can make a free call and get generic asthma inhalers for less than $20 a piece. That's cheaper than most of your insurance copays. And if you call right now, you can buy 10 or more and save even more. Our Rescue Asthma Inhalers are a real generic version of the product that you already pay hundreds of dollars for. Save yourself money and call now to order. If you have asthma, now you can save hundreds of dollars with no prescription required for your inhalers. Call right now. Learn how to get your Rescue Asthma Inhalers shipped directly to your door for less than $20 each. Call the Prescription Savings Hotline now.
800-451-0380. 800-451-0380. 800-451-0380. That's 800-451-0380. Call now.
Due to a shift in consumer behavior, McDonald's will be making some changes, which include getting rid of self-serve soda machines at their restaurants, as well as making restaurants with smaller or no dining room areas. The changes come as a response to the decline of customers choosing to dine in and the surge that the company has seen in drive-through and delivery sales since the height of the pandemic. California Governor Gavin Newsom is poised to sign a new law preventing public school districts from prohibiting gender and racial diversity-related books and curriculum. Assembly Bill 1078 recently passed in the state Senate and now awaits Newsom's approval. The legislation is in response to incidents like one in Temecula, where curriculum mentioning Harvey Milk was initially rejected. The MRI results have confirmed the unfortunate news that New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers suffered a torn Achilles tendon during Monday Night Football, effectively ending his season. And Jets fans are now weighing in.
Entire franchise, every single year, there's always something. It's the Jets. It's the way the Jets work.
Amazing game, but I'm devastated.
Unbelievable. Only the New York Jets.
Rodgers was taken off the field on a cart after just 4 plays into his season debut with the Jets following a sack. The team had high hopes for the season after acquiring Rodgers from the Packers. Online shopping prices have dropped, indicating a potential easing of inflation. According to Adobe Analytics, e-commerce prices saw a 3.2% year-over-year decline in August, the most significant decrease in more than 3 years. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
A tie for the title was broken in diesel trucks. In modifieds, an incoming leader was caught and passed. This, as the Grand National season was delicious to the very last bite in Sandwich. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The last of 2023's very best were identified at the NTPA Grand National Circuit's final regular season event, the DeKalb County Fair Grand Nationals in Sandwich, Illinois. On Thursday night, Eric Stacy of Winchester, Ohio, won his first Superstock Diesel 4x4 truck title with Smokin' Ya in a head-to-head showdown with fellow contender Nick Gillette's Top Shelf. The two arrived in Illinois tied for the division lead, and Stacy's third-place finish was enough to edge Gillette, who landed in fourth. Then on Saturday came the trophy presentation for the 4 big tire divisions. In Superstock Diesel, Kent Payne of Petersburg, Indiana, needed only 1 run on the day for his Super Rooster to clinch his first championship after building and tuning the power plants for so many others. After a 4th-place finish in the afternoon session established an insurmountable lead, Payne scratched from the night session to set a 17.5-point concluding margin. In High Torque Super Farm, Russ and Greg Fries from Manchester, Tennessee withstood a 2-win assault from challenger Ryan Anderson's Checkin' Out by posting a 4th and a 3rd aboard Deer Tracks, en route to their own first GN title. The Frieses led from the opening bell in Benson for a dominant campaign in a division that frequently features close competition. In Pro Stock, Brent Meyer of Red Granite, Wisconsin, and Injected Funds realized the ultimate goal of their dream GN rookie season. After steadily pulling away from the field over the last 2 months, Meyer held off Brandon Simons loud and heavy for his inaugural championship with 10th and 9th places in the doubleheader. And in Modified, Simon from Farley, Iowa, turned a 1-point deficit to incoming leader Tommy Owens into a 1-point victory margin with a sandwich sweep. Simon's 4-engine Simon Says, competing in 2023 for the first time in the 7,500-pound class, bested Owens' Ramblin' Rose, which has now been runner-up for 3 consecutive seasons. All 13 Grand National Division winners will be recognized at the NTPA's Convention and Awards Banquet on Saturday, December 2nd in Dublin, Ohio. But they won't have to wait that long to hear themselves announced as champions, and you won't either. See them in the NTPA's All-Star Invitational event, the 36th Enderley Pull-Off, presented by Cowtails, on Saturday, September 16th in Urbana, Ohio. Action begins at 5 p.m. with over 40 competitors from 12 regional national divisions and continues with over 60 competitors from 13 Grand National divisions. But the Enderley is a full-day experience, with gates opening to the Champaign County Fairgrounds at 2 p.m. and a kids' pedal pull at 3:30 p.m. Fans are invited to stroll the pits and talk with the drivers while getting a good look or even a great photo of their gorgeous and powerful competition vehicles. There will be plenty of food and beverage to sustain spectators throughout the afternoon and evening, and NTPA-branded merchandise to make for awesome mementos over the long, cold winter away from pulling. Thanks to our friends at Enderley Fuel Injection and Getz's Candy Company, makers of Cowtails Candy, for their sponsorship of this culmination of the 2023 pulling season. Visit allstarpoll.com for event details, ntpa.tv for the live stream, and ntpapull.com for up-to-the-minute results from the 36th annual Enderley Pull-Off. Between now and then, our fans in Western Michigan can whet their appetite on Wednesday night at the Allegan County Fair Pull. And we have a few events left in Michigan, Ohio, and North Carolina to tell you about in the coming weeks before we pack away the flags for the winter. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, just like that, and another hour underway. All right, industry headlines from CDL Life this past day. Viral video of what appeared to be an unmarked Georgia police truck has been circulating on trucking social media lately. We dug in. Here's what the truck will be used for. Last week, Monster Customs Atlanta shared a video of a black Kenworth T680 with custom blue and red lights and a license plate designation as a Georgia state officer. CDL Life reached out to the Georgia Department of Public Safety to learn more about what plans they had for the truck. Well, the Motor Carrier Compliance Division says we will use the truck for enforcement details and to pull the new driving simulator. Yeah, the lights were installed last week, but the truck was damaged during the installation, and we're waiting for it to be fixed. It will be marked like a Motor Carrier Compliance Division patrol vehicle. So there you go. Georgia not the only state to use marked semi-trucks for police enforcement activities or education. Florida actually has 3 marked commercial vehicles used during enforcement details. The Tennessee State Patrol has their own custom Peterbilt for several years. They use that both for educational purposes and their own enforcement efforts. See what's going on, 5-7.
Go drinking. walk around with a styrofoam fire plug, and he would set it down and write up tickets. You know, and it happens to be in Georgia too. It's just more Georgia. You know, what can you say? You know, making bread of the people. You know, little to do with safety. You could put a trooper car in the middle of the road with nobody in. You could even put a dummy in it, a store dummy in the doggone thing, and you produce more safety. People, brake lights would be coming around, until, you know. So, yeah, that's just more reason to make bread of the people. But it's all in the name of safety, you know. Just, I don't know. Just, let's just hide behind the stop sign or something like that. You know, I'm not complaining. I run the speed limit, and all I do is get yelled at and actually being accused of causing hazardous conditions. I'm going down towards Savannah. I'm running the speed limit. I just set the speed limit. I get up on time. I leave about midnight. I do what I got to do, and I'm sorry, I ain't gonna oversleep. So I give myself plenty of time during the day. But I'm doing 55 on a 55 road, and you got people passing me on double yellow lines, and all this, and complaining about my driving skills. Well, son, 45 years I've never had a speeding ticket, and I've never had a seatbelt ticket because I put the doggone thing on. You know, even back when it was just a lap belt. So, whatever. Chuck, the reason why I called Chuck Schumer, which is interesting. Now, first off, I couldn't find you on Facebook, but I thought it was because of all the storms we had down here. We had some major boomers, heavy rain, and all that. So I just thought it was something to do with that. But somebody posted on Facebook, said go to the Hot Shot Secret page.
Correct.
You'll find you. So that's how I found it. Like I said, you can run, but you can't hide. We'll be looking for you. Chuck Schumer, you know, the guy that stood on the step of the Supreme Court and said, mention, like you said, got to be careful. Won't mention his name, but one of the Supreme Court judges, and Chuck Schumer goes, you reap the whirlwind, and not long after you had people around the judge's home, and one even threatening their life, and old Chuck Schumer didn't do it. Get nothing done to him. So he's saying don't do any fish hunting. I mean, Donald Trump, 4 years, doing a fishing expedition. This here, what's going on now, too. So, anytime any of these people, our enemies are just sitting back and laughing at us. Our leadership, our government has gone totally berserk. Meanwhile, China's getting stronger. China's itching for a fight, and I still ask this question because we've heard that they're going to take Giggles out of office, but she is second in line, and who has that power? I mean, nobody, because she was elected by the people, and that will be curious to see who they would try to install, and I just want to leave it at that. This is an interesting time, and this thing with China and of course Russia, they're getting united against us. What Poland is supposedly building their military up, maxing it up. Soccer bombs. 4 years ago, how old was your child when you were taking him to go soccer? 15, 16 years old? Well, if you voted for the Democrats, it'd be just about right age whenever it comes if Donald Trump doesn't get in office. And he's already said how he's going to fight the Chinese. 200% tariff on all your products. Cut, so they won't have gas money to put in their carriers, destroyers, and cruisers. Same thing with the Russians. We're going to drill, baby, drill, and we're going to flood the market with oil to get it way below $80 a barrel. So Russia say, wow, they'll go from counting their thousands of dollars and be scraping change off the dresser, saying, "And we can't make war on this kind of change." So Trump's plainly said what he's planning on doing. And obviously, who we got in there now is too busy collecting big dollar bills. There's another thing I love about Trump, and you know me, I'm a Ted Cruz supporter. Everybody always asks, how do these guys go into D.C. and making hundreds of thousands of dollars, $200,000-$300,000? They're paying for 2 households in their state and in D.C. How are they coming out multimillionaires? Well, I think we clearly see how they're going in and becoming multimillionaires. Apparently, they're selling influence, they're selling access to our government, and that's where the money's coming from. So right now, the American people are at risk, and our children are at risk of being in a war. Meanwhile, they're counting their dollar bills. So
yeah, never forget that they also know where to put their money as far as investments are concerned when they're going to be making decisions and holding votes, which it's not illegal. Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about changing that, but yeah, they would have access to information that if you or I were to have to make an investment, call your broker, and that's insider trading. Yeah, for me and you, it's not insider trading for them, and that's probably the biggest reason where they end up with such big portfolios on such low salaries. And it is 19 past the hour.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I'm kind of surprised that in the state of California, that the California Senate joined the state assembly in overwhelmingly voting to ban heavy-duty driverless trucks on state highways. Now, whether he will sign or veto the bill, that's Governor Newsom. That's yet to be seen. But the government, through Newsom's business office, has been critical of Assembly Bill 316, but he hasn't yet said what he's going to do. The former San Francisco mayor is a big tech backer, but also courts the labor unions, which they are the loudest voices supporting this legislation. Essentially, the bill, which passed Monday, a 36-2 vote, that is overwhelming, requires that autonomous trucks weighing more than 10,001 pounds have human safety drivers in the cab. Other provisions would allow legislators to take the place of state agencies like the Department of Motor Vehicles and the Highway Patrol. The state assembly passed the bill 69-4 in May. Heavy-duty trucks weighing more than 10,001 pounds are in autonomous testing right now in Texas and New Mexico and approved in more than 20 other states. Now, see, who said we're disappointed? Disappointed to see AB 316 pass the California Senate. That's the Department of Motor Vehicles and the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. All right, so they're urging the governor to veto the bill. See where that goes, but that's pretty overwhelming. It's coming out of a vote in California, surprisingly enough. Hey, Philip, what's going on? Happy Hump Day.
Hump Day. Well, we're out there. It's Hump Day today. So, how you doing today, buddy?
Doing well, thank you.
Hey, the other day when I heard Grump's call, he brought up a valid deal about voting. He wasn't going to give up the right to vote. But Steve, there's another right that a lot of Americans have, and not too many folks think about it. And I just heard 5-7 talking about China and Russia and war and all this other stuff. But you remember the Select Service, Steve? Remember that?
I do.
All right, so how many American kids now that come out of high school sign up for the Select Service? I wonder how many have actually done that. I mean, that's a right that we as Americans have, too, that we've got to do. It's something that we've got to do to protect our country. So how many folks out there, when they graduate high school, even though they don't go on the service, sign up for the Select Service? And there's another question I got, Steve.
I mean, is it still required by? I mean, I remember when I turned 18. Yeah, I mean, I had to go in, and I think had to go to the post office or something to get that form to fill out, whatever. I mean, it's been a number of years ago. I don't know if is it still required to sign up?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I mean, all my children, my daughter's 19, and I didn't even ask her. And that's something else I wanted to ask Steve, since we've got all this stuff that's happened over the years for equal rights, say for equal rights for gender identity and females and everything. Is a female required to sign up for Select Service now? What do you think?
I would think no. I've never heard anything where they had been ever, but
yeah, I mean, if everybody wants to jump in the bandwagon and preach their stuff, hey, step up to the plate. We got to defend our country in case something ever happens, right? And we have a draft. I mean, that's part of the equation that a lot of Americans don't think about. I mean, I signed up for it. My son signed up for it. So, what's up? That right's just as coveted as voting. It's just something I wanted to bring up. And your announcer guy there that comes on about the tractor stuff.
Yeah.
Did you hear him talk? You hear him talking about Sandwich, Illinois? My wife's grandmother was from Sandwich, Illinois. She passed away there. She lived there. And if you ever get a chance to go to that fair, Steve, go to that fair. That is a real down legit farm country county fair. If you ever get a chance, go to that. It's wicked. It's unbelievable. You got to go to that, Steve. If you actually want to see how farm folks have a fair, that's where you need to go. So if you ever get a chance to go to Sandwich, Illinois, it's right by DeKalb and Sycamore, in DeKalb County, Illinois. Yeah, you get a chance to go up there. It's good. It's a good place, and it's a neat place. The people are amazing. But we might be getting our second storm building. It's going to take its time, but that other one's looking like it's going to go straight up there by Newfoundland. What do you think?
Yeah, going up into Canada, Nova Scotia, somewhere in there. Yep.
I think Maine might get a little bit of it, but if you look at that cone, it's still awfully close to Boston. I know Boston might get some tropical storm stuff, but it is what it is. That's the way it works, man. But I get some time, Steve. I'm going to have to check into that select service because that's something that a lot of people don't think about. And, it's something that, we as Americans, we got to defend our country. Everybody talks about the Second Amendment and stuff, but hey, we still got to defend our country in case of a war. So, just something to think about. So, y'all have a good day. Thanks, bud.
All right, you got it. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, it's been so many years. How old am I now? 5'8". So it's been 30 plus years, But yeah, I remember I had to hit that 18-year-old mark, go to the post office, fill out that form. And it is 844-3388.
USA News Update. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has opened an impeachment inquiry into President Biden.
This logical next step will give our committees the full power to gather all the facts and answers for the American public.
McCarthy pointed to concerns over business transactions between the Biden family and foreign entities. Both the president and his son Hunter have denied any wrongdoing. There's growing concern about an increase in Vibrio infections, a type of flesh-eating bacteria in the U.S. Vibrio now emerging up the East Coast. The bacteria, often associated with the consumption of contaminated raw oysters, flourishes in brackish water. Due to a shift in consumer behavior, McDonald's will be making some changes, which include getting rid of self-serve soda machines at their restaurants, as well as making restaurants with smaller or no dining room areas. The changes come as a response to the decline of customers choosing to dine in. John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you filed for disability benefits but were denied by the Social Security Administration? Or do you need to apply and are overwhelmed with paperwork? Are you between the ages of 50 and 63 and can no longer work because of an illness or injury? Thousands of hardworking Americans are in your situation. They file for disability benefits and are unnecessarily denied their much-needed benefit check. Call now for a no-obligation, free evaluation. We can help you nearly double your chances of approval and get your benefit checks faster. We understand the physical, emotional, and financial impact. We'll share our insider expertise and help you get your disability claim filed and paid immediately. There is a time limit to apply, so call right now. Operators are standing by to help you.
800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. That's 800-392-1941.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I'll give you a little more on the tropics coming up here. Phil was just talking about, but in the Southern Plains, you're in for a wild ride this week. Big shift in the weather pattern, breaking down that heat dome that brought the sweltering summer. Get ready for the cool breeze to come rolling in, giving not only the people, but the livestock, the air conditioning units, the electrical grid, everybody gets a break. All right, temperatures, where we see as the cool air rolled in, temperatures failed to surpass the 70-degree mark in Amarillo, Texas. We saw temperatures mid-60s in Dodge City, Kansas on Monday. Although the cooler conditions and a bit of rain will be welcome by nearly everyone across the Southern Plains, forecasters are keeping a close eye on a zone where thunderstorm activity could turn severe. That's along the fringes of the heat. Places like Midland and Odessa, Texas, parts of eastern New Mexico could see some damaging winds, large hail, flash flooding. All right, as we head on into midweek here. That's not all, as the lucky streak of wet weather could extend into the weekend thanks to another cold front that's going to sweep through the Southern Plains between Friday and Sunday of this week. Areas that have been just so hot, so dry under that dome of high pressure through most of the summer. Well, hello there, Dan.
Hi, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. I called, when I heard about Chuck Schumer, I thought, he's complaining about the inquiry. Well, payback's a bitch, isn't it, Chuck?
Right.
So we all know what's going on, and I don't see why this is so complicated. I mean, let's face it, Joe Biden said in 2006, 14 years ago, that he was worth $30,000 when he ran for some office he ran for. he put on his sheet that he was worth $30,000, his disclosure sheets. So how do you acquire the mansions? Why do you have 9 relatives all direct relatives, grandchildren, who have received money, suspicious activity reports from banks? Where's your tax return? I think that they wouldn't cough them up. So it's pretty obvious that this case, just using standard investigative tools, tax reports and bank statements, will certainly lead to whether or not, if Biden is innocent, why wouldn't he be the first person to come cough up these reports and these documents to exonerate him? And why did he lie to the American people? So I don't see what the issue's about. But what does bother me is that there are Republicans out there who are stating that they don't see that there's any direct evidence.
Right.
And I'm thinking of people like Chris Christie, who's a former federal prosecutor, and Asa Hutchinson, who is both former federal U.S. attorneys. They know these things. I'm Dan the truck driver. If I can figure it out, they certainly know it. And, you know, the other night, well, it was Grump that said, if you don't vote, you don't have a right to complain. Well, I do. It's called the First Amendment.
Well, sure. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I do have a right to complain. And, I mean, that's, you know, we're supposed to take whoever the Republican Party puts in front of us and say, okay, this is the person we got to support. Well, even though I don't want to support them because of for instance, the 2 individuals, which I don't think they're going to make it. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, I don't think they're going to be the nominee. I don't know. I don't believe they would. There'd have to be a huge. I just don't see them getting the votes. But let's face it, Pence could get some traction, although he's dropped. So I'm not supporting these people, and that'd be like saying, well, I'm going to go with a surgeon. I'm not really too sure about him. He's got a jaded past, but maybe we'll go with him. Well, no, I'm not doing that. I've done that before and have gotten egg on my face and embarrassed and explained to people why I suggested that they vote for this person. I have family and some friends that know that I pay close attention and read this stuff, and they'll say, well, why are you voting for this person? And inevitably it got down to, with the case of W., the founder of the Endless Wars, or Romney, the Chamber of Commerce's pimp, to get down and say, well, who else am I going to vote for? I'm sure you've been in the same position yourself.
Absolutely.
But that's why I called in, because when he said that, he doesn't have a right to complain. I do have a right to complain. And it's called the First Amendment. But I just don't choose to be the enabler for the 2 people or for candidates who don't speak out for what's been going on. Quite frankly, this is not like the impeachments of President Trump. These things have some real verifiable documents behind them. I don't know if you know this or not. At one time, JoeBiden.com, since he's been president, had on his website his tax returns. Those have since been removed. And I just don't see why it's not been brought up. Come out and release your tax returns and show that you never got the money, Joe Biden. Release that information. Americans will be very quick to apologize for the inconvenience. But all roads are leading to you, and he keeps wanting to blame his addicted son, who he put out there to be the bag man for his shakedown schemes. So, anyway, I just thought I'd call in because I appreciate and he's right. Pappy's right. If they don't comply with these, What about Peter Navarro,
Mm-hmm.
who's looking at a prison term, and Stephen K. Bannon? They didn't comply with your subpoenas.
I mean, with 150 suspicious activity reports. I mean, anyone that's been in banking, and I'm not the one in the know, but I've read some reports from people who say, I mean, it's a bank manager said I might have seen 5 suspicious activity reports generated by the bank he worked out in his lifetime or in a year or something. How does one family get that many? And they've only turned over a couple of them, I believe. Was it 4 or 5, maybe something like that?
Well, yeah, and what the thing is, yeah, it's not. You might as well say they've turned over none, but maybe 4 or 5, and I don't know what they needed to do to get those. But the SARS reports, when you do that, I ask because in addition to my job, I own a business, unfortunately, most of the time. But, I have to be very cautious about reporting stuff because I'm not the sole owner.
Mm-hmm.
And about deposits and stuff like that. I can't go take out $9,999. You know what I'm saying? That's the SARS report because you think, okay, I'm under $10,000.
Right.
But SARS reports go to people that are suspected of illegality, like drug dealers or money laundering people. Well, when you do that, the person at the bank that I dealt with said, if you've ever had a SARS report filed on you, you'll have a hard time opening a bank account. You'll have a hard time getting a home loan or closing on a loan. Well, this degenerate Biden, not his son, but he is a degenerate, but he's got his grandchildren involved in this. So depending upon those age of those people, one of those individuals was 19 years old. That's going to affect it was a female. That's going to affect her for the rest of her life, having that hung over.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, why would he not want to clear this up? Well, you know why he does? Because he can't clear it up. He's guilty. I firmly believe what happened with Joe Biden was when he was vice president, and this isn't me, this was one of the senators, I think Senator Kennedy, John Kennedy, that he thought, okay, I've been doing this and I'm broke. And while I'm vice president, I'm going to make what I can because I'm on my last run. You understand what I'm saying? And let the good times roll. I've had to put up with family problems and my son and all this other stuff. And he never thought he'd be facing this until he decided to run for president. And he thought he'd still dodge the bullet because the Democrats had control of the House. Not believing, and then I would have been shocked to tell me that the FBI and the IRS and the Justice Department, whom the FBI is part of, would sit there and be. But it's quite obvious because of the whistleblowers that they've been doing illegal things. They've not been pursuing these cases. And that's when, if it hadn't been for Kevin, the Republicans taking over, we still wouldn't know about it.
Correct.
And what it's caused right now, Steve, is most people that you talk to, and I know people on both sides of the aisle, mainly Republicans, but people who were not big Trump supporters, saying they don't trust the federal government. I mean, they don't trust the government. They can't trust the FBI, and that's sad. We can't trust the courts, and I don't believe in the court decisions. I don't believe in what the FBI is doing. So, and that side, that's the area that I think that the good Republicans, are looking at and saying, we've got to do something to stop this erosion of confidence in our government. As I said before, when Chris Christie, when I called him before after that debate, made that remark to Vivek, what have you ever done for the American government? He missed he missed the change-up pitch at about 60 miles an hour. The resort should have said nothing, and I'm very proud of it. I'm interested in what the government has done for the American people. And that's really where we're at right now. The citizenry, I think, by and large, even Democrats, they may not say it publicly, wonder how are we ever going to restore confidence in our government, in our courts, and in our FBI, and in our IRS. And if it doesn't get straightened out, I don't know where the future holds. So, but I appreciate you taking my call, and I did want to say that because I've heard that before. If you don't vote, you don't have a right to complain.
Yeah.
Well, maybe in something else, but when it gets down to my First Amendment rights, I needed to call in and say, yes, I do have a right to complain. So, thanks an awful lot, Stephen. I've enjoyed the show.
Thank you
Learned a lot.
Thanks for listening in, Dan. You have a good morning yourself. And there you go. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, back to the manhunt that continues in Pennsylvania. I think I alluded earlier that there are some bounty hunters showing up. A story this past day kind of breaking down. Ryan Davis is one of those who's come under the area, sat for hours in the parking lot of the Wawa in Chester County over the weekend, Sunday. He's 45 years old. He's from Maryland. And he brought his drone up to the region, the remote-controlled hovering camera, hundreds of feet above the ground, as he's kind of scanning the cornfields and the thickets of trees below, as the search for the escaped inmate convicted murderer, Danilo Cavalcante, enters, day number 12 now? I'm losing track. He said, we're just looking for movement, describing his flyover search near East Natmiel Township, where police discovered the white van that they believe he had stolen over the weekend. There's a path through a cornfield, maybe looking for a shirt. anything that may look out of the ordinary. He's one of a handful of private citizens that are taking the search into their own hands. And not surprisingly, the police are not really pleased. Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens of the state police has denounced any form of vigilantism or involvement from amateur sleuths, saying the citizens participating in the search had no authority and could actually face consequences. They're not helping us. In fact, they actually become a hindrance, he said at a news conference on Monday. Some of our resources have to be diverted at times when they insert themselves into a scene. It's not helpful. I wish they wouldn't do it. I'm asked that they not, but I can't stop them in some cases from doing it. Now, this Davis guy is an electrical lab specialist from a Virginia aerospace company. He said, I'm not a vigilante. It's just more of a search and rescue. Now, until Saturday, state police had been confident they had contained Cavalcante within an 8-square-mile perimeter, encircling the Longwood Gardens area, the botanical attraction. People like Davis sped to the scene for the latest bit of the spectacle. There is now it's a $25,000 reward that was announced at Monday's news conference, which has just kind of heightened the intrigue. I went to see what was going on. Another guy, Chuck Walcott, who drove in from West Salisbury Township, was basically sitting back and watching the police, seeing what they were doing, talking to some officers. Davis wasn't just on a manhunt. He was also there to supply footage to the small band of true crime YouTubers, podcasters, self-proclaimed independent journalists. Like some of the other onlookers, Davis carries a firearm. Still, he said he'd first alert police if he spotted Cavalcante. I'm not going there to go shooting people. You could have the totally wrong person. The whole idea of having a weapon is to be sure to keep yourself safe and the people around you. So, all right. Several others are actual bounty hunters that have come in looking for that $25,000 reward. But I think pretty much everybody in the community there, that latest area where he was spotted, locals say, yeah, pretty much everybody's carrying a weapon right now to be safe. And about 6 before the hour, the anonymous hippopotamus. Yes, sir.
Well, it wasn't me, Your Honor. I'm not setting up there for 25,000. It gets up to 50. I might be up there, my drone, going up there on a search and destroy mission there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Search and find. But anyways, hey, so last week truck drivers were zeros, and this week we're heroes to the FMCSA and DOT people. How did we make out? Did we get any numbers back on our brake thing? How many out of services and all that have numbers come out on that yet for that brake safety week?
I had not seen. I've not seen any numbers from Brake Safety Week. No, have not.
All right, I was just wondering how many zeros and heroes there were out there that week, and where we're at this week. I don't know. I still don't trust them. I got no need to stop in and visit with them, no matter how much they offer me. It's kind of like that thing there. They offer you all kinds of stuff to come in and turn in your guns or whatever, and then they send you a thing that said you won 100 lottery tickets. Come down and pick up your lottery tickets at the prison. And no. Anyway, but. So anyways, hey, to speak of things that came out and about here, the Sunday was the day that they Make-A-Wish did the presentation to let everybody know where top 30 drivers ended up.
So did you make it up for that? Was that the ball game thing or whatever?
Well, it got changed to a different venue, and I'm not sure exactly what it was, but they changed it from Saturday to Sunday, and they held it from 2 to 6 p.m. And, of course, Sunday between 2 and 6 p.m., I know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And guess what I'm doing?
The same thing?
School night.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was no way I could attend. But I did find out today that with all the help of everybody helping raise money and Hot Shot Secret, PNC Radio Live, who hopefully they'll get revived somehow. I know they still do some of the podcast stuff. But anyways, with everybody's help there, we all got us up to $10,000 there this year, just over $10,000, which in turn puts me at the number 8 position.
Number 8 spot. Okay, you're 99% noise cancellations, trying to do 100%.
All right, so we're number 8. Number 8. $10,000 with all the help of our listeners and family and friends and Hot Shot Secret there, and as I say, TNC Radio. Tom Kelly did a lot to help, and I appreciate all of it. Kids appreciate all of it, but we did make it to number 8. I guess number 8's a good number to have. Dale Jr.'s number there, right, for quite a while.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, being in the top 10, that's big too, right? I got to pause there. It is top of the hour as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy announcing an impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden will commence. It comes as Congress returns for key budget talks to avert a government shutdown. Hardline Republican members of the House Freedom Caucus threatening Speaker McCarthy with removal if certain conditions aren't met.
I rise today to serve notice. Mr. Speaker, you are out of compliance with the agreement that allowed you to assume this role.
Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz says the MAGA wing wants more investigations of the Biden family's business dealings, as well as deep federal government spending cuts, a full release of the January 6th tapes, and other concessions. Senate Majority Leader and Democrat Chuck Schumer is calling the Republicans' planned impeachment inquiry a witch hunt.
The American people want us to do something that will make their lives better, not go off on these chases and witch hunts.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is now in Russia for a meeting with President Vladimir Putin, but now the question remains, where and when? Media reporters in the West are guessing at a possible meeting during an economic summit in Vladivostok. But there are now reports about a possible gathering at a Russian spaceport located not far away. It's feared the North Koreans may trade weapons for Russia's war in Ukraine to gain key military technology and intelligence from the Russians. Back in the U.S., it's confirmed NFL superstar quarterback Aaron Rodgers suffered a torn Achilles tendon and will likely sit out the rest of the season with the New York Jets.
Now Rodgers sits down.
Rodgers had taken only 4 snaps on Monday Night Football against the Buffalo Bills before the injury occurred. This is USA News.
Can your IRA stand up to the next financial crisis that our top economists are saying is at our doorsteps? By allocating a percentage of your IRA into physical gold and silver with a tax-free rollover, you can diversify and safeguard your holdings from turbulent markets and economic downturns by putting your IRA back on the gold standard. Find out how to safeguard your assets with a tax-free rollover with a Genesis Gold IRA. The only IRA that can hold physical precious metals. Call now for your free gold and silver report. Protect your IRA today with one simple phone call and learn how to qualify for up to $10,000 in free silver. Call Genesis Gold Group, empowering faith-driven stewardship. 800-208-8642. 800-208-8642. 800-208-8642. That's 800-208-8642.
House Freedom Caucus Chair Republican Scott Perry says he doesn't understand why people are asking where the evidence of high crimes and misdemeanors might be in relation to President Biden.
It's not normal for family members to receive millions of dollars from overseas interests. Those things aren't normal. That's not normal to have 20 shell companies. These things are not normal, and it alludes to not only just widespread corruption, but money laundering.
Critics of a Republican inquiry point to a lack of any damning evidence that points directly at the president or his son Hunter. The largest U.S. antitrust trial in a quarter century is getting underway this week, with DOJ prosecutors battling to prove that Google has been unfairly dominating the internet search engine market. Over the next 10 weeks, the Justice Department and several state attorneys general hope to show how Google may have cheated to lock in its search engine across a wide range of places and devices. Attorneys for Google's parent company Alphabet say the tech giant was just better at the search engine business and that there was plenty of competition at one time with MSN, Yahoo, and others. 5 former Memphis police officers are now facing charges of federal civil rights violations in connection with the beating death of Tyree Nichols. A 4-count indictment charges each of the former policemen with abusing the authority behind the badge, using excessive force, and obstructing justice. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Welcome back as we cross over that midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into midweek. As we turn the page on the calendar, 13th day of September. Almost mid-month already. We are actually, counting down the days. Fall arrives in short order. I see. Thank you to Sean. Philip was, chatting about the selective service. I said, it's been so many years, I don't know, is it actually still the law? Pulled up the link to the actual selective service website, sss.gov. And it pops up, it's your country. Take 1 minute to protect it. When you register with the Selective Service, you're helping ensure a secure future for your community and the United States of America. While there is currently no draft, registration with the Selective Service system is the most publicly visible program during peacetime that ensures operational readiness in a fair, equitable manner. If authorized by the President and Congress, our agency would rapidly provide personnel to the Department of Defense, while at the same time providing an alternative service program for conscientious objectors. Federal law requires nearly all male U.S. citizens and male immigrants ages 18 through 25 to register with Selective Service. So there you go. That answered the question. Then you scroll down where you can actually register online there. A couple of question and answer areas. Let's see. Men ages 18 to 25. Selective Service registration is required by law as the first part of a fair, equitable system. By registering, a young man remains eligible for jobs, state-based student aid in 31 states, federally funded job training, and U.S. citizenship for immigrant men. Yeah, so you can verify online your registration. See, men 26 and older. And if you're 26 or older, it's too late to register. If you failed to register by age 26 and are seeking benefits associated with Selective Service registration, click the link below and learn more about the next steps. So, a lot of question and answer. But yes, it is, thank you very much, still the law. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. So we left off there with, horse feathers. Trying to recall, where were you in the starting lineup? Was it 13 this past year, or? And I think he put the phone down. I can hear us in the background.
I'm there.
All right, here we are, back again.
Man, I had to take care of some business. Tried to get in the scale. Got to head over to the propane loading rack, have me a cigarette break. Sitting here watching her lighting for the last half hour.
Well, seeing as it is Truck Driver Appreciation Week, how about your company? Are they doing any cookouts at the propane loading racks or anything?
Usually there's a couple of them there, but I don't get to participate in that because it's only during the daytime. The daytime people like to do that. They don't do anything for us nighttime, overnight people there. We're just we're at the bottom of the barrel, We're just a slime on the bottom of the barrel, and nobody even knows we're out here and knows what we do. So anyways, it is what it is. But I'll stick around and not deal with all my DC and all that traffic and all that stuff there in the daytime to do this in the overnight and enjoy my days at home here. So but anyways, so we're looking forward to Mother's Day there next year. I got to figure out the exact date, but the 2024 campaign will start. I'm not sure exactly now because I was originally told October 14th, and the latest paper I got there that showed that I was, I'll be number 8 in the top 30 driver positions says it's going to start on the 16th of October. But so somewhere between the 14th and the 16th, we should be all good after the 16th. So at that point, all of that wishconvoy.org will all start up, and I should be all registered to go, and we're going to start our campaign and hopefully get things rolling for next year. And who knows, maybe we can even do better than that. We've been doing this every year we've done this. We've increased the amount of fundraising we've been able to do for the Make-A-Wish kids. So the goal is to go up and on. And so I don't know. We did a couple years ago when we first got in the top 30. We did 3,500. The past year here we had 7,400. Now we went to 10,000. So I don't know. We'll have to figure out what we want to set for a goal for next year, Your Honor. Maybe we can have some audience participation there on a Horse Feathers goal for the Mother's Day Make-A-Wish truck convoy there to see how much we should increase our fundraising goal to be, and how hard everybody's going to make me want to work to try to reach that there. So anyways, but I guess with all that, we made it past Phoenixville and down through from Reading all the way to the Philly area, and no sightings of any escaped convicts or any bad, nasty people. And so I guess we're good down here. We didn't even have to go across the streets of Kensington. We avoided that area as well too.
Yeah. So I mean,
we did have to.
I don't really know my geography in PA that well, but what part of the state is this? Is this like Northeast or Central PA? Where's this hunt going on at?
It's probably about 35, 40 miles west of Philadelphia. It's not that far west of Philadelphia.
Okay.
Phoenixville is out there towards Valley Forge, King of Prussia. So it's not that far, back west of Philadelphia. It's a little bit to the north of Delaware at that point. It's probably about 30, 35 miles north of Delaware, as I think one of the reports said there. And that's kind of where that Longwood Gardens is at, that this whole thing kind of revolved around from the very beginning, that they thought, they found him on a trail cam there in the nature area. And, but apparently he's made his way north there 35, 40 miles. And if he's gotten himself another set of wheels from this one that they thought he had and that they got a hold of, and I mean, if he's got a weapon and a set of wheels, he could be heading for most anywhere at this point. So it depends on what he has for logistical help. You know, if he has somebody that's going to help him out, or someplace that he goes that he thinks he can get help, then that's where he's going to be heading for more than likely. But other than that, I don't know. That's about all we got going for you. So, anyways, just going to look forward. And as I say, October 14th or October 16th, somewhere in that area, we'll give you more information. But we should be getting all set up with our wishconvoy.org to run along for next year there. So, thanks again to everyone, and as always, it's all greatly appreciated. Not just from me, but from all the kids.
Horse Feathers, congratulations. Number 8 in the starting lineup for next year. There you go. All right, so let's see here. Clear lines at 844-3388. Space news. It's now been a full year since Blue Origin's New Shepard suborbital vehicle last left the ground. It was September 12 of 22 on an uncrewed research mission from Blue Origin site in West Texas. That was the deal where about 65 seconds after liftoff, the vehicle's reusable first stage booster suffered a problem, crashed hard onto the desert floor. New Shepard's capsule engaged its emergency escape system and landed safely under parachutes, with the 36 research payloads actually intact. Back in March, Blue Origin announced the results of the anomaly investigation, figured out what had occurred there, implemented some corrective actions. But it's been 5.5 months since the update, and New Shepard still hasn't taken off. Blue Origin has not provided much more information about the status or publicized any return to flight sort of timeline. Now, that ill-fated September flight of last year was called NS-23 because it was the 23rd New Shepard mission overall. 6 of those missions have carried people to and from some suborbital space. Now, in the time that New Shepard has been grounded, Virgin Galactic, their chief competitor in the space tourism business, has launched 4 passenger missions with the VSS Unity spaceplane. Now, you count test flights, Virgin Galactic now has 8 crewed space missions under its belt, 2 more than Blue Origin. Both of these companies offer customers a few minutes of weightlessness and a view of the Earth with the backdrop, the blackness of space. But VSS Unity stays aloft for considerably longer than New Shepard. I mean, the VSS is 60 to 90 minutes on average, compared to just 10 to 12 minutes for the New Shepard missions. I mean, they're literally just up and right back. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, thank you much. It's 22 past the hour. I'd heard of the news break there a bit earlier. And quite honestly, I've had that sneaky suspicion for some time. When they changed, remember back when they took the Sudafed and put it behind the counter. Now, people were using the Sudafed to manufacture methamphetamine way back when. And pretty much all the major over-the-counter cold and flu medicines changed their formulas for removing the pseudoephedrine as a decongestant, which it did work very well as a decongestant. All the products that I had tried over the years that had this new, what's the name of the ingredient? Phenylphrin or something like that. Never seemed to do a damn thing for the congestion. And I thought, is it just me or? Nope. Apparently not. Because millions of Americans looking for relief from the stuffy nose. The current ingredient is probably no better than a dummy pill, according to the government experts who reviewed the latest research on the long-questioned drug ingredient. The Food and Drug Administration voted unanimously yesterday against the effectiveness of this ingredient found in the popular versions of Sudafed, Allegra, Dayquil, just a ton of over-the-store shelf medications. Modern studies, when well conducted, are not showing any improvement in congestion with phenylephrine. According to the specialists, that's the one, phenylephrine. The FDA assembled their outside advisors to take another look at phenylephrine, which became the main drug in over-the-counter decongestants when medicines with the older ingredient, pseudoephedrine, got moved behind the pharmacy counter. Yeah, those original versions of Sudafed and the other medications are still available without a prescription, but they're far less popular and account for about 20% of the $2.2 billion market for oral decongestants. Yeah, phenylephrine versions, sometimes labeled PE on the packaging, they make up the rest, like 80%. So we've all been buying these products for how many years now? And like I said, it wasn't just me. It was just not in my head that I said, all I know is the decongestant side of this ain't doing squat for any relief. from the cold and flu symptoms. That might explain it. I guess technically, but you can go to the pharmacist or whatever, and they've got the pseudoephedrine, the actual pseudoephedrine behind the counter. You have to actually present an ID, and they track how much an individual purchases to make sure you're not trying to manufacture the likes of methamphetamine. All right, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. While we're on the health updates, I had one other. If you're listening to the sound of my voice, 3:30 in the Eastern Time Zone, 12:30 on the West Coast. Yeah, we're night owls, right? We're all up late at night. Well, most of us are up because we're working these late night hours. We're not just up for shish kebab and giggles, right? But apparently staying up late comes with a price. Comes natural as some, but the cost to our health. People who are night owls, they say, have a higher risk than the early birds of becoming diabetics. New study says we found that night owls are 72% increased risk of developing diabetes when compared to the early birds, according to the researchers in Boston. A big part of that is lifestyle. We found that night owls are in general more likely to have an overall unhealthy lifestyle, more likely a poor diet, an unhealthy weight, less physical activity, more likely to be a current smoker, or to drink alcohol in high quantities, or even have poor sleep. Some of those fit me to the T. But even when taking those lifestyle differences into account, night owls continue to have a higher diabetes risk. Now, that increased risk dropped from 72% to just 19% when adjusted and accounted for lifestyles. There's 19% that's not due to lifestyle. All right. They had 64,000 participants in the study, so I guess this was a long-term deal. Data from 2009 to 2017. It is 844-844-3388. News break time here on a Hump Day, Wednesday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has opened an impeachment inquiry into President Biden.
This logical next step will give our committees the full power to gather all the facts and answers for the American public.
McCarthy pointed to concerns over business transactions between the Biden family and foreign entities. Both the president and his son Hunter have denied any wrongdoing. There's growing concern about an increase in Vibrio infections, a type of flesh-eating bacteria in the U.S. Vibrio now emerging up the East Coast. The bacteria, often associated with the consumption of contaminated raw oysters, flourishes in brackish water. Due to a shift in consumer behavior, McDonald's will be making some changes, which include getting rid of self-serve soda machines at their restaurants, as well as making restaurants with smaller or no dining room areas. The changes come as a response to the decline of customers choosing to dine in. John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you filed for disability benefits but were denied by the Social Security Administration? Or do you need to apply and are overwhelmed with paperwork? Are you between the ages of 50 and 63 and can no longer work because of an illness or injury? Thousands of hardworking Americans are in your situation. They file for disability benefits and are unnecessarily denied their much-needed benefit check. Call now for a no-obligation, free evaluation. We can help you nearly double your chances of approval and get your benefit checks faster. We understand the physical, emotional, and financial impact. We'll share our insider expertise and help you get your disability claim filed and paid immediately. There is a time limit to apply, so call right now. Operators are standing by to help you.
800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. That's 800-392-1941.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay. Hey, they had the big announcement earlier this week. I don't know. It's a good deal, bad deal. Smuckers, J.M. Smuckers, you know, the jelly people, have agreed to buy Hostess Brands, you know, the Twinkies maker. $5.6 billion, including debt, in a deal that unites two big snack makers. Let's see, the deal worth about $4.6 billion excluding debt, with Jif peanut butter, that's Smuckers makes Jif, paying Hostess shareholders $34.25 a share. The cash and stock offer represents a premium of 54% on the stock since the day Reuters reported the company was exploring a sale. Hostess shares have surged 27% since the report about the sale process, and we're at $33.49 in early trading. This was on Monday, while Smucker's shares were actually down 7%. Investors think the deal's too expensive. All right, they go into a bunch of other numbers, but who would have ever thought? I mean, Hostess was pretty much gone. Yeah, here a few years ago, right? The question was, hey, our ho-hos, our ding-dongs, our zingers, and they got bought out of. Who was it that bought them back and brought them back? Is it just me, or I never felt like the Twinkies were the same as they were originally with the new manufacturer? But all right, there you go. That's a pretty big deal. Smucker, which also houses coffee and pet food brands, has a market valuation over $14 billion, and they have raised prices on their jams and their jellies. If you've noticed, yeah, that's that food inflation thing, but that's also helped improve their earnings. Gilligan, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I wasn't big on Twinkies to begin with. Yeah, I remember they literally declared bankruptcy and closed their doors.
Yeah,
I was amazed
right.
they come back like they did.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I got to admit, I like some of their products. The what's the rolls? The little rolls. You know what I'm talking about? I kind of like them.
Yeah, the cinnamon roll things.
Swiss rolls.
Yep, that's
what
it.
I'm thinking of. Yep. Yeah, I tell you what, I don't know. I just left our Greensboro facility down here, and then we got struck by lightning down here twice tonight. Knocked out a bunch of lights. They opened that new facility 3 years ago, and it's been struck 3 times, twice this evening. I'm beginning to wonder whether our Greensboro yard hasn't turned into a lightning rod or something.
Wow.
A little scary. Yeah. The other time it knocked our shop out for 4 days. I mean, it just fried everything. I was talking to one of the dock managers, and he said that it knocked the circuit bar, knocked it so hard that some of the circuits, I guess some of the breakers said circuits, but I'm figuring breakers, out of the breaker box. That's how hard it hit tonight. That's a little worrisome right there. Well, congratulations, Horse Feathers, on moving up to 8th position in the Mother's Day convoy. It's a great cause. It really is, and I salute him for what he's doing for the kids. I've got friends that's out there on Ocean City, Maryland, out there. I know the rip currents are pretty bad, and I had another friend, my wife's friend, that was down in Virginia Beach there, just come back. I tell you what, it's as far as rip currents there on the East Coast, it's gotten a little rough this year, I think. But fortunately, they haven't had any major hits. You know what I mean? I know the one come in there there in Florida around the Big Bend.
Yeah, Idalia. Yeah.
You know, we've definitely had some scares, but nothing, rough. Well, I'm far enough inland to where by the time them storms get up in where I'm at, that we'll get some 40-mile-an-hour winds, maybe. We'll get plenty of rain off of them, which we could use plenty of. Over the weekend, we got 2.5 inches rain, and that's more rain than we have gotten since the first week of July. Unfortunately, it come in thunderstorms, but they was coming 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch at a time, to where the ground has soaked a lot of it up. I mean, I went by a river up there where I growed up on Sunday after them storms come through, and it's just about as low as it's been a week ago. You know, so it's definitely a lot of it soaking in, though. I unfortunately had to bury one of my mom's cats. Now, she lives in a little different area, and she hasn't been getting the rain we have. We did in them storms there. I went and dug down about 1 inch, and I hit ground so hard with the shovel, it felt like rock. I thought I'd actually hit rock. And I started digging with the mattock, and I was able to get in. I was able to break in, and then I seen, it was just that dry.
Wow.
I'm hoping we get some more rain, and not just these thunderstorms and stuff. Get some good soaking rain. A couple days of rain would do, where you get 2 inches, but take 3 days to do it. It would really do some good. But that's about all I got. I just kind of want to check in, say hi, and I hope everybody has a safe night. Take care.
All right, just a little hi-de-ho. Good to hear from you, Gilligan. Thank you for checking in, and it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When you live in a little country town out of the way, you and all your neighbors learn to do an awful lot of things for yourselves, and you come to be very independent of as much outside help as is possible, because you just can't always pick up a phone and call somebody for help. You just got to do it your own self. So lots of times folks will just get real good at doing one thing or another, and they sort of specialize in that field. And that's the way it was with Chicken Watson. Chicken was the closest thing we had to a veterinary in our part of Long County, Georgia. He was called on all the time to fix up sick animals, and Chicken specialized in sick mules. I guess he knew more about sick mules than anybody that ever lived. We had a couple that lived there named Glenn and Clara Purdy. And Glenn was a seaman, and he'd be gone sometimes 3, 4, 5 weeks at a time. He shipped out of the port of Jacksonville, Florida, second-class seaman. And one summer, when Glenn was off on a trip somewhere, one of his most prized mules got out in the onion grass and sour weeds and just had himself a feast. He swelled up like a balloon. He was moaning and snorting. He's in pain, all bloated up real bad. And if you know anything about animals, you know that if when they get in that shape, you don't get them some relief pretty soon, they're going to die. Well, Clara come home from shopping in Ludowici, and that mule was in bad shape. He was down bad. Clara knew if that mule died, that she just better get shut of town, because Glenn had fixed her clock. Glenn had raised more hell than 26 preachers at a Baptist prayer meeting. She went running out there. That mule was groaning and moaning. She opened up that barnyard gate and run in there, looked him all over, run around him in a circle a couple times. She balled up her little fist, and she hauled off and punched him in the side just as hard as she could and run over and jumped up on the fence and sat there. And nothing happened, so she come running back, and she balled up her little fist, and she give him another shot and run sit up on that fence. And the reason she was running to get up on that fence is because you don't want to be nowhere near a bad down mule if that gas pops loose. Now, you may think a paper mill smells bad or some of that Los Angeles fog, but you don't want to be anywhere in the same county with a mule if that gas pops loose. Anyway, she hit him, and she'd run and jump on the fence, and nothing happened except that mule got madder and sicker and furiouser. And Clara was in a panic. That mule was hurting. And Glenn was going to put the hurt on her if anything happened to that mule. And she ran across the road where some folks had a telephone, and she called down the feed and hardware store looking for Chicken Watson, and he was there. He worked around there sometimes, and she got him on the phone, and she hollered at him, told him what the matter was, and he sort of tried to calm her down. Now, Clara's about half deaf, and she was shouting in one end of the line about what was the matter, and Chicken was shouting in the other end of the line, and that mule was moaning and braying and snorting out there, and things were going from bad to worse. And finally Chicken shouted, said, "Damn it, Clara, now shut up and let me tell you what to do." Clara was sniffling and crying and listening the best she could, and she shut up long enough for Chicken to tell her, and he told her, said, "You go out to the barn and you get 1.5 cups of turpentine, 3 cups of sorghum molasses, and 3 cups of that old sour dandelion wine that Glenn keeps out there, and you put it in one of them small crocks, and you mix it up real good, take it in the house, add about 1/2 knock of baking soda, put it in a pot and bring it to a 1/2 boil. You take it out there and you pour it in that mule, and you wait 5 minutes, and then you go over there and you kick him in the belly, right behind the ribs, as hard as you can, and you run like hell and get up on that fence." Clara said, "Chicken, I ain't about to pour that down that mule's throat. Now, I know Glenn is going to hurt me bad, but I'd rather have that happen than to lose 4 of my fingers from that mule chewing on it." Chicken said, "Clara, you ain't going to lose no fingers." Said, "You go out to the barn and you get that planting bugle and you run it down that mule's throat and pour it down in there." You know what a planting bugle is? A planting bugle is a long brass tube about 3.5 feet long, and it's got a bell on one end. It looks like one of them horns they blow in them old-timey movies when them knights come and go knock each other off their horses. It looks like, you know, them Robin Hood horns. And you use it, you hold it in your left hand, and you put that sack of corn or seed on your shoulder, and you hunch that seed, and them seed will go down in that bell, and they come out 1 or 2 at a time, and it spaces your crop. It's a planting bugle. It's got a flared in, sort of a funnel at one end. When I was a kid, you could take that bugle, and the folks, the mamas and daddies around Long County, if you held your mouth just right and blew on it hard enough, you could get a blasting sound that you could hear for 1.5 miles. And in the late afternoon, you'd hear them planting bugles going off all over Long County, Georgia, folks calling the kids home for supper. Well, Clara run back across the road. She found the bugle, she got the crock, but like I told you, she's about half deaf, and she got the measurements all mixed up. She put in 3 cups of turpentine. She put 1.5 cups each of sorghum molasses and green persimmon wine, and instead of 1/2 knock, which is when you knock a box of powder on the side of a pot, you just bump it easy and a little bit comes out, that's 1/2 knock. Instead of 1/2 knock, she put in 1/2 box of baking soda. And she put it on the stove and she brought it to 1/2 boil, which is when them little bitty bubbles start coming up out of the bottom of the pot. And she grabbed that pan, got that bugle, and she run out in the yard. By the time she got there, that mule was in bad shape. He was dying. She had that pot in one hand and that planting bugle in the other. And she's crying and scared and excited, and that mule was down on his front knees with his forehead right flat on the ground. And she run around him in a circle trying to figure out how she's going to get his head up to get that bugle down his throat with his forehead flat on the ground, and she knew there wasn't no way to get it in there, so she just run around behind him and picked up his tail and drove it home. And she'd jiggle that bugle a couple of times, and she'd pour that juice and jiggle that bugle and pour that juice and jiggle that bugle and pour that juice, and finally got all over him. And she ran up and got on the fence, and she was sitting there, and she counted to 300 real slow. She got off that fence, she run over there and took her foot, and she like to punted that mule halfway out of the barnyard. She give him a shot, and she run back and got on the fence, and she hadn't no more got there than that mule just kind of levitated up off the ground. He just come up. That juice hit ground. It hit bottom. Them weeds that was causing that blockage just kind of dissolved. He jumped right straight up on the air. He let fly with that planting bugle. Boom! And he was gone down the road. Well, Clara had forgot to shut the barnyard gate. He went out that gate like he was on fire, hit that state road, made a right turn, and went down toward Big Wills Creek, and about every 10 steps, he was letting fly with a blast on that planting bugle. Boom! Sound like an air horn. Well, now, Big Wills Creek is about 100 feet wide. And the mill had built one of them old hand-pulled barges to get the log trucks from one side of the creek to the other side of the creek. And they'd hired this old boy named Dude Barnes to stand there and pull them trucks back and forth across the creek. And Dude stayed in the little house right there on the bank of the creek, and when he'd hear one of them air horns, why, he'd go out there and he'd pull that old barge. He'd pull that old ferry over to whatever side of the creek he heard that horn blowing on. Well, it was late on a Saturday afternoon, and he was about half squashed on that old Pop Skull whiskey, and it was hot, and he'd been sitting there in that old house, and he heard that bugle blowing. Boom! He run out there, and he started tugging on that barge. See, he was going to get it over there where that truck was coming, he thought. Well, meantime, there's a log truck coming in the other direction. And old Dude just kept coming, and that truck would blow his air horn, boom, out. And that bugle would blow from that mule, boom, out. And old Dude just kept tugging, getting that ferry over to the other side of the creek. That truck come around that curve and whoop, right into Big Wills Creek, because the barge was gone. About that time, Dude hit the other side of the creek, and here come that mule. He run right out to the end of that barge. He let fly with a blast on that bugle, and he took one jump, landed on his knees on the other side of the creek, stood right straight up, boom, and he was gone. We ain't never seen that mule again. Gone to Texas. Well, that log truck was underwater. An old Dude was just standing there with his mouth open, watching everything go on. And he got that truck driver out of that truck. Truck was a total loss. An old Dude and that truck driver is walking down the road cussing at each other. Glenn and Clara Purdy got a divorce. Ain't never seen that mule again. Truck driver got fired. an old dude got fired too, because they figured any man that didn't know the difference between a log truck and a mule with a bugle up his butt didn't need to be running no ferry boat anyway.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, there you go. A classic from Charlie Douglas, The Plantin' Bugle. All right, as the focus along the eastern seaboard, the all clear given for most from Florida all the way up to Delaware. Still kind of keeping just a watch out for parts of eastern New England. But this is a big storm, and of course, imagine the shipping interest and the cruises that depart from places like New York. Forecasters urge the deep-sea fishing and cargo interest, as well as all small craft and the large cruise ship operations, to monitor the latest forecast through the upcoming weekend. I mean, if you can imagine the seas out there, large, dangerous swells, 20 to 30 feet, are possible ahead of the center of the storm. Swells 10 to 20 feet will be radiating outward from the center here in the days in advance. As Lee passes, say, 100 miles or more west of Bermuda, Friday into Saturday, impacts on the island will not be too significant. Tropical storm source winds likely along some of the heavy rain and dangerous surf. Elsewhere in the Atlantic, Philip's been paying attention to these waves coming off of Africa. Of course, Margot is still out there over the central Atlantic, which did strengthen from a tropical storm to a hurricane Monday afternoon. Margot's expected to spend its entire life out to sea, no impact to land. Forecasters also tracking a tropical disturbance or tropical wave that has right now, they say, a high chance of becoming our next tropical storm this weekend into next week over the central Atlantic. If it does become a tropical storm, the next name on the list for the Atlantic season is Nigel, N. Right now, it looks like pretty much the very same steering influence that impacted Lee may impact that next system during the second half of September, the next week or two. It very well could take a relatively similar path to Lee over the Atlantic, which that could be very interesting because obviously Lee kind of ran into that roadblock that made it make that northward turn east of the eastern seaboard. Will that be the same case with potentially our next system? We just passed over what is technically the peak of hurricane season. There's a ways to go. All right, rolling toward news break. Top of the hour coming up here. Full hour yet to come your way, though. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. I full well expected this would be the official word. The Centers for Disease Control advisory panel this past day says it's a big thumbs up. Come get your shots. Calling for the broad use of the updated COVID vaccines approved by the government, covering ages 6 months and up, paving the way for a broad use of the shots in a vaccination campaign that is slated to begin in a matter of days. In making the recommendation, a vote of 13-1, the CDC director, Mandy Cohen, the advisors embraced wide use of the shots rather than aiming at specific populations that might be at higher risk. Now, this just one day after the Food and Drug Administration authorized the updated COVID vaccines made by Pfizer and the German partner BioNTech, as well as by Moderna. Novavax said the FDA was still reviewing their shot. So here we go. News break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy indicates there may be an impeachment of President Biden looming.
I am directing our House committee to open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden.
That's House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who fully supports an impeachment inquiry into the president.
This logical next step will give our committees the full power to gather all the facts and answers for the American public.
The California Republican made the announcement on Tuesday, pointing to concerns over business transactions between the Biden family and foreign entities. Both the president and his son Hunter have denied any wrongdoing. I'm John Schaefer.
Democratic Congressman Jerry Connolly sits on the House Oversight Committee. He tells CNN he thinks there's a very long way to go for House Republicans to prove President Biden has committed any high crimes and misdemeanors.
Frankly, the Republicans have found themselves embarrassed every time they make that assertion with witnesses at hearings and behind closed doors. There is zero evidence.
House GOP investigators have been looking into it for roughly 7 months so far. U.S. State Department officials are explaining the $6 billion in Iranian oil money being freed up as part of a prisoner swap. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller got a little frustrated talking to reporters about it on Tuesday.
No one has given Iran a dollar here. These are Iran's funds. These are Iranian money.
The U.S. has agreed to release the Iranian funds and release several Iranian prisoners in exchange for the release of 5 U.S. citizens still being held in Tehran. Fast food workers in California are about to get a minimum wage bump to $20 per hour, thanks to a recent labor deal. It's now included in a state legislative proposal that's gaining traction among California lawmakers. This is USA News.
Have you ever met a single person in your life that enjoys paying taxes? No, no one does. If you can't sleep at night because you have a huge problem with the IRS, I've got some free advice for you. This service is strictly limited to individuals that owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes. And if you qualify, we can guarantee that you won't be writing a big fat check to the IRS, or our services cost you nothing. The first 100 people that call today will get a free tax consultation worth $500. Stop worrying about your IRS problem. We can help you, we promise. Call the tax doctor right now. I mean right now, to learn more.
800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. That's 800-215-2418.
He says states like Texas should absolutely continue sending illegal immigrants to large Democrat-run cities. South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham telling Fox News it's good to stick it to Democrats on the issue of immigration.
Sending these people to New York, the only hope I see for change is when Democrats push back.
Late last week, there are reports the Biden administration's considering a new Remain in Texas policy that would require certain illegal immigrants to await their asylum hearings near the Texas-Mexico border. On Monday, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas said the Biden administration will continue to follow the current federal border security laws that are on the books. California is set to ban banning.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is poised to sign a new law preventing public school districts from prohibiting gender and racial diversity-related books and curriculum. Assembly Bill 1078 recently passed in the state Senate and now awaits Newsom's approval. The legislation responds to incidents like the one in Temecula, where curriculum mentioning Harvey Milk, California's first openly gay elected official, was initially rejected. After facing state fines, the board eventually accepted the curriculum. Critics argue that local leaders should decide on curriculum, while supporters emphasize students' access to a diverse range of educational materials. I'm John Schaefer.
And North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's now in Russia for a meeting with President Vladimir Putin. But now the question remains, where and when? I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF regions. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regions.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, back for our final hour. One more round here on a Wednesday. All right, got midweek coming on. Real quick, let me get back to the next big push. Get out there, get your COVID shots. Now, they say this is all part of a push by public health officials to align the next vaccines more closely with the actual circulated variant of the virus. Kind of like the annual flu shot is designed. But this is going to kick off here in just a few short days. I think the only problem is that all these manufacturers were developing this latest round of shots based on what is not the current strain that's actually kind of dominating. I don't know if they'd had enough time to even test the efficacy of these shots on the new strain, but nonetheless, I mean, since the public health emergency ended, for many people, you can no longer just get a free shot. You're going to have to pay. The Pfizer-BioNTech set a price at $120 per dose for their shot. Moderna said their shot will be available at $129 per dose. The list price for the Novavax shot will be $130 per dose, and the contracted price will be $72.50. In their presentation at the meeting yesterday, the advisors voiced support for a universal COVID vaccine recommendation across age groups. So they approved the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine for people ages 12 and up, authorized them for emergency use in children ages 6 months to 11 years. One of the issues is that the advisors would call for targeting specific populations for the shots, like older adults, people with that are immunocompromised. Should it be that, or should it be a campaign aimed at everybody? Again, it looks like they've opted for the everybody sort of response. The government, of course, ended the public health emergency back in May, handing over the responsibility for the vaccinations to the private sector. Now, keeping up with the latest variants, that's been a challenge for the public health officials. Some processing more worrisome characteristics than others. Vaccines can be formulated to target specific variants. The variants circulating most widely in the U.S. right now are actually subvariants of what's called the XBB lineage. Now, let's see. A senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health and Security in Baltimore said, I do think that a broad boosting strategy makes sense. While the virus was not causing as many hospitalizations and deaths as before, undoubtedly, we know it's still circulating, right? So you make your choice. You make your call. Everyone's got their opinion. Megyn Kelly is one who actually said she regrets getting the vaccine. Explained on her show, I guess, last Wednesday. She felt she might be better off without it. She told her guests that she was glad her kids didn't get the shot, even though they were under heavy pressure to do so. She said, quote, I thank God I didn't stick them with the vaccine. I'm sorry I did myself. I don't think I needed it. I think I would have been fine. I've had COVID numerous times, and it was well past when the vaccine was doing what it was supposed to be doing. But there's another more critical reason for her change of heart, she explains. After being vaccinated and boosted and then actually having COVID, she began suffering from an autoimmune issue. And then for the first time, I tested positive for an autoimmune issue at my annual physical. I went to the best rheumatologist in New York. I asked her, do you think this could have anything to do with the fact that I got the damn booster and then got COVID within 3 weeks? And she said, yes, yes. I'm not the only one she's seen with that. A couple of years ago, she was very dismissive of any vaccine fears. All right, she obviously made her decisions. Now at 52 years old, this previously healthy woman, well-known media figure, fears she may have permanently altered her future because she trusted the authority figures, which she says understand nothing but power and greed. Okay. 11 past the hour. All right, the latest on the manhunt here. Let's see. So the guy's now armed, they tell us. I think in one of the updates, they fear that he may ultimately end up, if he's confronted, going down as a, quote, suicide by cop sort of scenario. But we're in day 13, is it now? 13, 14, somewhere in that range. He escaped August 31. He is now armed. Police advising residents of South Coventry Township continue to lock the doors and the windows, secure your vehicles, and stay indoors. He was spotted twice in East Nantmeal Township on Monday night. He broke into a home, stole a .22 caliber Ruger rifle with a scope, actually coming within feet of the homeowner, apparently. Guess the homeowner gave the description, most recent description. He was shirtless, wearing blue pants, carrying the rifle. Stands about 5 feet tall, weighs 120 pounds. We shared earlier that there are citizens looking for him, and police are not happy with that. But this manhunt kind of recalls a similar 18-day search in Chester County for another notorious killer. Remember that a few years ago? All right, let's see. Coventry Township asking residents to avoid the search area. This was just Tuesday night. The North Coventry Township Police asked residents to avoid going near the area because of the search. This North Coventry Township, north of the search area that authorities on Tuesday defined, they gave the perimeter, the routes, the roads in the area there, which if you're not in the region, you wouldn't even know. But as with other law enforcement announcements focused on the search area, North Coventry Police ask residents remain vigilant. Keep your doors locked. Keep your belongings indoors. Now, we did see an update a few hours ago. For the second day in a row, the Owen J. Roberts School District in Pottstown will be closed today, Wednesday, as the manhunt continues in Chester County. Now, I said, please know the decision to close schools will not change, even if the escaped inmate is apprehended tonight. In a statement this past evening, our school sites are currently being used to support law enforcement initiatives, and we also recognize many of our families have been under tremendous amounts of stress for the past several days. All right, there is the latest. See what's going on with Scarecrow here on a Wednesday morning.
Well, it's sounding like an awfully lonely hour here, Steve. I don't have a whole lot to be laying on the general community here, but figure I better ring your chime here a little bit. Yeah, that search for that criminal type there. You know, earlier in the program, you read the report, the local law enforcement, they're a little put out with these bounty hunter types and whatnot that are kind of getting in the way, as it was stated. Well, what was the issue leading up to this point that they haven't been able to corral the character of if they didn't have the bounty hunters to blame for the ineptness that's taken place there. It just seems like time and again there he's slipping through their fingers and whatnot, and so the fact that they have some semi-pros helping them out, I would think you'd be more likely to flush them out there.
All I can figure is, I guess the law enforcement, surely they're doing the same thing using drones and helicopters and things of that nature. But so say you got a bounty hunter that's out there in a wooded area, you're trying to track the guy down, and they spot them moving out in the woods, and they think that's him. I'm guessing that's what they're concerned with.
Yeah, I suppose there could be something to that. You'd have to believe they'd be armed also, such way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess I could see confusion and such taking place in that vein. So yeah, other than that, our president. It's awkward to call him President Kim. The little missile rocket man.
Yes.
Rocket man, that's what they've called him in the past. I seen him getting off the train last night on the news there. Well, it's certainly a different presentation when he's wearing, I'm thinking he was wearing a full suit and tie versus those pajamas that you normally see him in their way. But yeah, this should be plenty scary if he's looking to exchange some for technology and such for his missile program. My eldest there, he's talked about all these test flights and what that they're doing there. People might scoff at what's going on, but he said they are learning every time one of those missiles goes up. They are learning, and they get a little help from Russia there now. That should really put the icing on the cake, for the North there anyway. And other than that, I guess kind of in the same vein here now. The youngest junior Crow yesterday, he'd been contacted by the DOD looking for some input from him on his thoughts on our ability to manufacture and keep up with production of heavy armaments and such. Now I don't know if this would be industry wide or specifically from their business there in Milwaukee or such, but as they put it, if we would be able to keep up with the program should the country fall into a conflict. Now, what the heck is a conflict are they talking about that would put a strain on our defenses and whatnot, our hard line equipment and such, versus the missiles and such? That's a different scenario that we've been donating and giving away to Ukraine and such. But it's kind of wonderment. Automatically, just China seems to come to mind. I don't know what other scenarios they would possibly, if this is just maybe this is a semi-annual thing that they do, or just like a think tank type thing, or it's the first time I've ever heard of it anyway, of them seeking outside input and whatnot. So there's something else to throw at the fan. Then what other thing? Have you heard from or talked to Monkey Gouger in the last 2-3 weeks?
I'm
is
trying
he
to.
off, or
I think he was off last week. He was down at the Marina Del Rey. I thought he would be back out on the road this week, but you never know with that guy. So, no, it's probably been a week and a half, close to 2.
Yeah, he'd been kind of rotating on a week on, week off type thing for a little while there, but I shot him a message. Oh, that was before the program started, probably about 9 o'clock his time, but there was no response to this point, so I don't know unless he was sleeping and he is out on the road. But once he gets back, his feet are going to be held to the fire. I'll leave it at that. But yep, he's going to have some answering to do.
Okay.
The masks on the public airwaves there. So yeah, I hope word gets to him there. So he maybe curiosity will bring him out of the woods now. Yeah, like I say, I thought I'd better give a chime and help you out here a little bit. But
thank you very much.
Let's see what. You're welcome, Steve. Catch you later.
All right, have a good morning. I pulled up his Facebook page, Monkey Gouger there. It looks like his last post was September 11, a little after 11 o'clock in the evening. So no post yesterday, nothing this morning. We're in the 13th. I just assume he's hanging out at the Marina del Rey. Maybe be sharing his stories of the fish, committing suicide. I mean, they're just jumping in the boat.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, 24 past the hour, and story that was kind of breaking last week. I've seen a number of TikTok videos, YouTube videos. It's called the One Chip Challenge, right? It's an actual marketed product. It comes in a packaging that's shaped like a coffin. This is like for the people that challenge you to eat one of those, world's hottest peppers kind of thing. This is supposed to be the the spiciest chip in the world. It's a one, you'll see where they'll have someone there with a $100 bill. You willing to take the challenge? All right, if you eat the one chip, and if you can go, sometimes it'll be 60 seconds without getting something to drink, the $100 is yours. I mean, I've never seen anyone actually be able to make it through without grabbing that bottle of water or whatever it would be, a glass of milk within 30 seconds. But apparently, there's an investigation into the death of a 14-year-old who tried the challenge. Harris Walaba from Worcester, Mass. Took the challenge. And they say autopsy results are still pending. Let's see. The chip is not for children. Anyone sensitive to spicy foods or has food allergies, is pregnant or has underlying health conditions. It is for adults only. Now, this was a statement put out by the manufacturer, the company Pakai, I believe it is, Pakai. We've seen an increase in teens and other individuals not heeding the warnings. As a result, while the product continued to adhere to food safety standards, out of an abundance of caution, we're actively working with our retailers to remove the product from the shelves. We will offer refunds to those who have purchased the products. I think they're seeing a multi-million-dollar lawsuit coming their way. The One Chip Challenge, the social media campaign challenging you to eat what is supposed to be the world's spiciest chip, just like a single tortilla chip. Then waiting as long as you can to eat or drink anything to soothe the after effects. All right, let's see. This 14-year-old was a sophomore at Doherty Memorial High School in Worcester, who was rushed to a hospital and pronounced dead after developing a severe stomach ache at school. According to his mom, he supposedly was given the chip by a classmate. You know, the pressure from peer pressure. Now, when I went there, he was laying down, and I said, what was the chip you ate? And this is what he showed me. And she showed the picture of the One Chip Challenge, the package that looks like a coffin. Mom said she took him home, where he started to feel better, but later on passed out before going to basketball tryouts. And I just, boom. She said, I pray that no parents will go through what I'm going through right now. I don't want to see anybody hurting. You know, it's obviously they've got to see what actually led to the death, heart attack, something of that nature. But yeah, those spicy foods, he wouldn't be the first. I've seen other pepper challenges. There was a young woman that took the challenge with one of those, was it a ghost pepper or something? She pretty much did the same thing. All right, news break time. We get back to the calls. We got folks lined up here. As we roll into a Wednesday, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has opened an impeachment inquiry into President Biden.
This logical next step will give our committees the full power to gather all the facts and answers for the American public.
McCarthy pointed to concerns over business transactions between the Biden family and foreign entities. Both the president and his son Hunter have denied any wrongdoing. There's growing concern about an increase in Vibrio infections, a type of flesh-eating bacteria in the U.S. Vibrio now emerging up the East Coast. The bacteria, often associated with the consumption of contaminated raw oysters, flourishes in brackish water. Due to a shift in consumer behavior, McDonald's will be making some changes, which include getting rid of self-serve soda machines at their restaurants, as well as making restaurants with smaller or no dining room areas. The changes come as a response to the decline of customers choosing to dine in. John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you filed for disability benefits but were denied by the Social Security Administration? Or do you need to apply and are overwhelmed with paperwork? Are you between the ages of 50 and 63 and can no longer work because of an illness or injury? Thousands of hardworking Americans are in your situation. They file for disability benefits and are unnecessarily denied their much-needed benefit check. Call now for a no-obligation, free evaluation. We can help you nearly double your chances of approval and get your benefit checks faster. We understand the physical, emotional, and financial impact. We'll share our insider expertise and help you get your disability claim claim filed and paid immediately. There is a time limit to apply, so call right now. Operators are standing by to help you.
800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. That's 800-392-1941.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, that is correct. And Bourbon Street Gary checks in. What's going on, Gary?
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Hanging with them. Did you see somebody put the bat signal out for you earlier? We were kind of inquiring, what's the buzz? What's the word on the street when it comes to the auto parts haulers and whatnot? Are they thinking there's going to be a strike or?
I was told last night where I deliver at, they're UAW, but they're not actually Ford. They told me at 11:59 on Thursday night, if I'm not there before then, they go on strike. They won't even unload these parts that I bring them in solidarity with the UAW.
Okay, now I don't know if you were with us, or I shared the story earlier where, it was from, I think it was Freightwaves somewhere. Yes, did you? Yeah, where they're talking about targeted strikes. Is that? I've
been listening all night. That's the first I heard about that.
Okay.
The only thing I knew was all three, the big three, were all going to go on strike at the same time.
Okay.
So I don't know. Waiting to see what happens. We're still hauling. Well, Ford slowed down. We were off for 2 weeks. They just canceled loads. They didn't need the parts. So But we'll see what happens with the strike. When they cancel loads, we get paid for it. But with the strike situation, we don't really know yet.
So that would be,
That'll affect.
would that be like an unemployment thing or just?
Well, there's 6 of us that do the Ford runs, and I'm doing office work now too, so I'd still probably work, but
Yeah.
the other 5 drivers would be on unemployment.
Wow.
So time will tell.
That'll be interesting to like.
Not a
I
good
don't-
deal.
I mentioned we've had a lot of close calls this year. We came that close to the rail strike, last minute deal. We came that close to the UPS thing, and then they got the deal. So maybe they'll come up with something.
I don't know. Ford's asking for 46% pay increase through the 4-year contract. That's a pretty big pay increase.
Yeah, it is.
I can't see Ford offering them that. I mean, that's a lot of money for all the employees they have.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you're doing these contract negotiations, don't you always throw out an offer, you bid high, and then be willing to come down and meet somewhere? I mean, they wouldn't realistically expect to get a 46% pay increase, would they?
I would hope not.
I
but
wouldn't
they're also
think.
wanting to work 32 hours a week.
Yeah,
and get
I mean,
paid for 40.
How does that work? Right? I just work a 4-day week instead of 5, and
That wouldn't be too bad if a truck driver could do that, huh? Instead of working 60 or 70 hours a week.
Yeah. But
work
I mean,
30 and make the same amount of money.
I mean, for what you're doing as each individual employee, though, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, your productivity, if everybody's going to work 32 hours that have been working 40 to get X amount of work done, they'd have to bring more people in, more employees to get the same amount of work done, wouldn't they?
Yep. And then they want to limit the amount of temporary employees that, I know this is just Ford I've been reading about, but Ford union wants to limit the amount of temp employees that Ford can bring in.
Okay.
Well, they bring those people in because nobody else wants to work. It's crazy.
Well, otherwise, how's things
I
been
think I
going?
just-
Generally speaking, do you get some time off over the Labor Day? I guess you said you were off for like 2 weeks. Was that like through Labor Day or something?
Yeah, it was Labor Day week and the week after.
Okay.
Just got back this week. Yeah. Yeah, had a good time. Had a good weekend.
That's good.
Yep. How's everybody in your world? How's your family?
Doing well. Everybody, staying out of trouble, I guess you'd say. Steven's out there with the K-9 officer now. This is, I guess, week number 2. He's out there actually patrolling the streets. So
That's a good deal. Yeah, I've seen pictures on Facebook and all that.
Yep.
So, all right. Well, I'll let you go. Hey, it's a little cool out here. It's 58 degrees in St. Louis right now.
We've cooled off. We're down. This is the first night. I think first night we've been down in the 50s in a while. We're at like 57 outside the secret bunker this morning. Yeah, cool night, as they say. Let me see here. Is that Mark?
Yes, sir. How you doing? I'm sorry, you've been here all night. My bad. Quick question: what's going on with Moose? I haven't heard. I was off of medical, so I'm hoping everything's all right with him. But you've had back issues, right, for a long time. I mean, low back issues.
Oh, yeah, for years. Yes.
Have they ever done a C scan on you or an MRI of your lower back and stuff?
Yeah, I've had a couple of them done. And what I've got is I have compressed disc. They're not ruptured, but they're compressed. And when you agitate them, that gives you just the unbelievable pain. You can't. You can't even stand up. It's just, can't stand up, can't sit down. Anytime I agitate them, it's horrible.
Sounds very similar to what, as far as with mine, they said, but they found something in the process of that I never even thought about before. This has been like about 5, 6 years ago. I had an aneurysm growing. It was pretty stable for a few years, then this year everything changed. Back in November, had one checked in December, and they said, "Up, you're still the same." But now I got to check on a regular basis now with an abdominal aneurysm. They call them a AAA.
The abdominal aortic aneurysm. Yes, I had a check from what I said. It's probably been 10 years ago where they do a special check for that. But that's the thing where, I mean, if it blows, you pretty much drop dead. That's it.
You got 3 minutes to say your goodbyes, basically, is what they tell you.
That's it.
3 minutes. That's what killed John Ritter, actually.
Yep.
And if it's been 10 years, please get it checked again, because mine went from December to a 4.2 to in May. I was having a lot of back pain. I just thought something was going on with my back again. I said, let's go ahead and check that again, and sure, it went to a 5.5, which is the maximum you can get when you're a truck driver. I said, nope, you got to go and get them fixed at that point. At least that's our doctors told us that. So I got taken right off the road and decided to go get it fixed, which was great. But trust me, I didn't like the after effects of surgery. But if it's been 10 years, please get it checked out, because you want to make sure, because they can change so fast. And I was shocked at how much mine, because he said, "Oh, you probably never have to worry about this." So I plan on retiring in a couple of years, and he says, "You probably never have to worry about getting it fixed." And then when this happened, everything changed, so rapidly, so that I was lucky that I got in when I did, because it was getting that close. So okay. And my wife, of course, she didn't want to be sticking me. But anyway, I was wondering about that, because I kept thinking about you with the back pain, because that's been my issue for the years and years. And apparently they say smokers, it's a big issue, and I never connected it, because I smoked for years and never thought about it. But they said there's something about smokers that tends to get worse on them. So, but we want to keep you around a long time, Steve, because you need to keep us awake at night.
Right.
You're appreciated more than you will ever realize. So, but we take care. Thank you. Yeah. If you can find out anything about Big Moose, boy, I'd love to find out how he's doing, because I haven't heard him on here in quite some time.
Haven't heard hide nor hair, have we? Yeah, as far as when I mentioned the abdominal aortic aneurysm thing, it was like a clinic sort of thing where you go in for did a number of tests. They checked like your testosterone levels, obviously blood work, and they checked for the AAA thing. Didn't find anything on mine. So I mean, it's not like I had anything showing that I needed to follow up on, but I got it was the all clear that I got when I had that check done. I don't know how often you're supposed to have those sort of procedures done anyway. Yeah, I know my doctor has me said it's time for that colonoscopy thing, and I take the prescription and I put it off to the side, and I'll say, tomorrow never comes really, but yeah, because I think they found a couple of small polyps when I was 50 years old. And typically they say come back in 10 years. And with, I guess, the small couple of things they found, they were not cancerous. But they had me on like the 5-year list. Well, see how fast time goes by. I'm 58 now. So I'm behind. All right, 5-7 checking in here. What you got? Good morning.
Yeah, I just want to do a memorial to Alex Jasper. Driver last Saturday. The mill broke down. I took the last load of bark, which should have been his, I guess. And as I was passing him on the road, I told him, Alex, mill was down. I got the last load of bark. He said, "That's all right." He goes, "I'm going to grab a load of sawdust and go home and enjoy the weekend." And I said, "Good deal." He said, "Thank you, brother." He got home, and He was 76 years old. He's 10 years older than me. And I guess he got home and got to feeling poorly, and boom, by Sunday morning he was passed.
Wow.
A year ago, he got the last stent in his heart, the very last. They couldn't put no more in. He was out a day and a half, and he was back in the truck. That was a tough old man. But what I enjoyed about him is he was a man of God. I get picked on because, it's majority black company. It's just guys in their 30s and their 40s are out for revenge. This man actually lived the time when he couldn't drink out of a certain water fountain down here in South Carolina, but you would never know it. He was just, every time I'd see him, we'd talk about the issues of the day. He was sort of a closet conservative, because you have to be if you're a man of color down here. But he absolutely, I would have a 3-minute church with the man, because before, we'd talk about the situation, and it was always, God's in control, and then we go about our way. And I'm just haven't been able to get out of this sadness since he's passed, and I may go to his funeral, I believe, this Saturday. But,
wow.
There's another man. That makes 3 men. My my father-in-law, my pastor, and now this man. I hope that's the kind of person I am when people remember me as a man of God and a person that uplifts people. So, we've got to take care of our health. But when it's our time, it's our time. And of this COVID thing, that Megyn Kelly, that girl tried to ride the center of the fence the whole time. But here, with that shot, the COVID shot, and especially with this transgenderism and women getting knocked out of the sports situation, she's turning into a female Rush Limbaugh. How about it?
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, and I think
things will change people.
She also had a sister, I think, last year that she talked about that got the shot and suddenly died of a heart attack at 58 years old. And I mean, she questions whether that played a role. Just, I don't know.
Yeah, I still say the pneumonia shot, because I got one in, remember, I had COVID 2019. 2 years ago, they gave me a pneumonia shot, right? And they ended up giving me one 2 years later. It was supposed to be 5 years, but I believe my doctor, because she knows I never took the shot. She just keep your lungs, whatever you can do, keep your lungs strong. I don't smoke or anything, but I get that pneumonia shot. I don't get sick, knock on wood. But,
right.
And I advise you, have you taken a pneumonia shot?
I have not.
Okay, well, yeah, I was worried about you this morning because, couldn't find you on Facebook, and I remember you said you your voice was giving you trouble, so that's what I was thinking. Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Hang on there.
I mean, the cough went away. I mean, it was as fast as it came on, like Sunday night, Monday morning, and I tested for COVID, but I coughed like hell throughout the day Monday, and then I was going to test again Tuesday morning. I did it, but had the cough kind of subsided, but I had a hell of a headache, and I said I'm going to take the double check again. Took a COVID test, about 9 o'clock last evening before the show, and it came back negative. So,
well, you got to take care of yourself, like the last driver said, buddy.
Yep.
There's nowhere else for us to go, so you stay on and keep us awake. How about it?
All right.
Other than that, we'll be hopefully waiting for that notification.
Yeah, and I've got to make a few phone calls this morning to get that all straightened out. I mean, people that have been listening on YouTube, it's like, that's on the Hot Shot Secret YouTube, and we're not supposed to be there. They got to get that fixed. All right? So, yeah, we'll be back on the Overnight Drive Facebook page, and the Overnight Drive Rumble will be back. Everything should be back to normal. Somebody got to flip a few switches, if you know what I mean.
A tie for the title was broken in diesel trucks. In modifieds, an incoming leader was caught and passed. This, as the Grand National season was delicious to the very last bite in Sandwich. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The last of 2023's very best were identified at the NTPA Grand National Circuit's final regular season event, the DeKalb County Fair Grand Nationals in Sandwich, Illinois. On Thursday night, Eric Stacy of Winchester, Ohio, won his first Superstock Diesel 4x4 truck title with Smokin' Ya in a head-to-head showdown with fellow contender Nick Gillette's Top Shelf. The two arrived in Illinois tied for the division lead, and Stacy's third-place finish was enough to edge Gillette, who landed in fourth. Then on Saturday came the trophy presentation for the 4 big tire divisions. In Superstock Diesel, Kent Payne of Petersburg, Indiana, needed only one run on the day for his Super Rooster to clinch his first championship after building and tuning the power plants for so many others. After a fourth-place finish in the afternoon session established an insurmountable lead, Payne scratched from the night session to set a 17.5-point concluding margin. In high-torque superform, Russ and Greg Fries from Manchester, Tennessee withstood a 2-win assault from challenger Ryan Anderson's checking out by posting a fourth and a third aboard Deer Tracks, en route to their own first GN title. The Frieses led from the opening bell in Benson for a dominant campaign in a division that frequently features close competition. In Pro Stock, Brent Meyer of Red Granite, Wisconsin, and injected funds realized the ultimate goal of their dream GN rookie season. After steadily pulling away from the field over the last 2 months, Meyer held off Brandon Simons loud and heavy for his inaugural championship with 10th and 9th places in the doubleheader. And in modified, Simon from Farley, Iowa, turned a 1-point deficit to incoming leader Tommy Owens into a 1-point victory margin with a sandwich sweep. Simon's 4-engine Simon Says, competing in 2023 for the first time in the 7,500-pound class, bested Owens' Ramblin' Rose, which has now been runner-up for 3 consecutive seasons. All 13 Grand National Division winners will be recognized at the NTPA's Convention and Awards Banquet on Saturday, December 2nd in Dublin, Ohio. But they won't have to wait that long to hear themselves announced as champions, and you won't either. See them in the NTPA's All-Star Invitational event, the 36th Enderley Pull-Off, presented by Cowtails, on Saturday, September 16th in Urbana, Ohio. Action begins at 5 p.m. with over 40 competitors from 12 regional national divisions and continues with over 60 competitors from 13 Grand National divisions. But the Enderley is a full-day experience, with gates opening to the Champaign County Fairgrounds at 2 p.m. and a kids' pedal pull at 3:30 p.m. Fans are invited to stroll the pits and talk with the drivers while getting a good look or even a great photo of their gorgeous and powerful competition vehicles. There will be plenty of food and beverage to sustain spectators throughout the afternoon and evening, and NTPA-branded merchandise to make for awesome mementos over the long, cold winter away from pulling. Thanks to our friends at Enderley Fuel Injection and Getz's Candy Company, makers of Cowtails Candy, for their sponsorship of this culmination of the 2023 pulling season. Visit allstarpoll.com for event details, ntpa.tv for the live stream, and ntpapull.com for up-to-the-minute results from the 36th annual Enderley Pull-Off. Between now and then, our fans in Western Michigan can whet their appetite on Wednesday night at the Allegan County Fair Pull. And we have a few events left in Michigan, Ohio, and North Carolina to tell you about in the coming weeks before we pack away the flags for the winter. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, the story of the guy in Norway talking about staying healthy, right? The doctor told me you need to get more exercise. You need to find a hobby, something to get out there and get off your butt. So, on his doctor's advice, he bought a metal detector. Thought I'd just get out there and that'll give me some exercise walking around. And he made what they're describing as the gold find of the century, at least for Norway. It turned out to be gold medallions and gold pearls that once formed an opulent necklace, as well as 3 gold rings. Archaeologists say the find is unique because of the design on the medallions. It's a type of horse from Norse mythology. He said, I kind of dreamed of being an archaeologist when I was a kid. Made the discovery on a farmer's land after he bought that metal detector. The doctor's recommendation to get more exercise. He'd been out searching and was about to head home for the day, and he said the metal detector started going off. And so when I first started digging them up, I thought it was like chocolate coins or Captain Sabertooth coins. Turned it over to archaeologists, which come to find out, they date from about the year 500 A.D. According to the University of Stavanger's Museum of Archaeology, it's the gold find of the century in Norway. The jewels weigh a little more than 100 grams. So how about that? To find that much gold at once is extremely unusual. But they do say, given the location of where he made the discovery, what we know from similar finds, this was probably a matter of either hidden valuables or it could have actually been an offering to the gods during some dramatic event that was taking place at that particular time. But, all right, stay healthy. Maybe get you a metal detector. It didn't say what the value of that find may have been, but I'm sure it's got to be worth a fine fortune. All right, thank you so much there. We'll close it out at that point for a Wednesday hump day. Be safe out there. But you know what the drill is. We'll come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight and do it again.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. my dream